contact by email.
Second seminar, we talked about 13 people here. Also about 40 are registered. But also we have this channel YouTube video.
Nowa University. Nowa University.
To może ja Ci tak pomogę, albo wiesz, ja Ci po prostu pomogę jak chcesz, bo w tej sesji drugiej te dwie ostatnie osoby jadą, te dwie pierwsze. Dobra, okej.
Some phrases are easy and some that just sound different. Yes, so but slowly understand 50%. No, we crash a little bit.
I've been with the nursing staff tour in Porto also, and I think there is also a touring in Porto regarding health at the university. I don't know what was guy who explained us about the common purchasing and such. So that's the best dentist in the world after 6 years.
Because the first three is common with medical faculty. Then the three later are specialized in stomatology.
Give me a card, I send you, or send me an email, and I will let you know which people are from Portuguese.
I powiedz coś z serca, rozumiem.
Każdy z serca przybliżę do siebie.
Sounds proud. Five?
And another in Porto and three small ones with around 1,000 students. In the past we have they close the campus behind 1,000 students. So we have 4,000 in Lisbon, 3,000 in the three campuses of 1,000 students each.
Anyway, many people.
Yes, 2,000.
2,000 professors.
But we are a very small unit.
Public health.
Because we are just research unit. In epidemiology. We work in modeling. Modeling and health education. In the public health, the three core.
So we hire you for health education to our MBA program. Because we are more management, business management, but we feel
because for example I have both trainings in management and nutrition, and I belong together on public health, and because I have a PhD in management.
Really?
Yes. I'm half of time aggregate to the business school.
Okay.
So we have some joint programs, health management, for example.
Is pronounce it Enrique? Enrique. Sorry, but I wanted to know how it should be, because with names it's always a problem to do it properly.
And sorry, you are located?
We are located here in Tree City, but not in Gdańsk, in the next one, which is Sopot, the small one in the sea. Maybe you know it.
City.
Yes, not the port city, is the next, the Gdynia, but in the middle between Gdynia and Gdańsk there's a kurort. So
But Robert told me very well about your city.
yeah? Scandinavian to go for a week just to spend time. So and we have our office on the main street. So everybody in Poland know when they tell me the address, they know where we are. But we are working online mostly all over the Poland. And now we start this Collegium for Metricum International project, which should be for the whole Europe. So we invite you right now, and I let you know later what it is about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Na czerwono. Coś naciskać trzeba, czy nie? Dobra. Raz. Okay. Thank you very much for joining our meeting. We will starting in a minute. So, good morning to everybody. My name is Łukasz Balwicki. I'm head of Department of Public Health and Social Medicine at Medical University of Gdańsk. We are meeting today in the context of Gdańsk Health Days, the student conference that is taking on from Thursday. But here today we are having our guests from all over the world, from Poland, but also from Ukraine, from Germany, from Portugal, but also we have many guests that are joined our meeting online. So thank you for being with us today. And my question, my small ask to panelists who will be joining our meeting online. So if you are not speaking, so please mute your microphones and video. Because we will be joining. Oh, John is with us, so great to have you here. So just very shortly, because we are still 4 minutes after the start, I want to invite my Vice Rector of Medical University of Gdańsk, Professor Agnieszka Zimmerman, to officially welcome all the guests at our university. Agnieszka, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues, this is really great pleasure for Medical University to host this special meeting. This meeting is dedicated to the war of Ukraine in Ukraine. And in the matter of fact, we are located very close to the military actions. And this is really a horrible situation for all of us. And this situation realized for all of us that also we as Poland are not safe anymore in this, I mean, geopolitical context. And we do not feel safe anymore, let's say. And this meeting is very important, I think, because war changed our world and the view that we see every day. So I mean, war causes crisis, migration, and it means challenges. It causes challenges for healthcare systems. Especially in Poland, we face completely new problems because of thousands of refugees. And it means challenges for our also e-health system because of cyber attacks. So we face a lot of new challenges and problems. So a lot of issues need to be discussed. And I would love to wish you a very fruitful meeting. I would like to thank you, Professor Łukasz Balwicki, for organizing this, this meeting. I would like to thank the whole team from Gdańsk. So wishing you very interesting discussions. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Zimmerman, for welcoming our guest here at our university. And the context of public health schools would be not full in the correspondent with our alumni, with our students who finish our school, because many of them find their jobs in local government, who is taking care of also the people health, especially from the public health perspective. And I would like to invite our Vice President of Gdańsk, Mrs. Monika Habior, who is responsible for the help that is given to refugees that are coming also to Gdańsk. So I'm very happy that Mrs. Habior agreed to join our meeting. So I invite you to introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here with you, and I'm very I'm very glad and really I meet it with a great satisfaction that not only we meet here at this in this very room, but also you meet with your peers and friends and people who you work with around Europe, because this crisis that we're facing is not a local crisis. Ukraine is facing a horror of attack, and people of Ukraine are facing dramatic situations. They are victims of horrible military actions and terror and chaos. In the same time, we are absolutely amazed how Ukrainian society has shown the power of community, the power of solidarity, the power of the people who faced the horrible army of the attacker. And of course, this war caused a large influx of refugees to Poland. 3 million people went through the Polish border, so it is the biggest crisis certainly Poland has faced. Not all of them stayed. Some of them moved to Sweden, to Germany, to different countries who also came to help and offered help both to receive refugees, but also to send help to Ukraine and to Poland, which we are very grateful for. Here in Gdańsk, we work together with the regional administration. Without this cooperation, the help would not be possible. But our first and most important challenge, and also, I think, something that we're very proud of, to be honest, is ability to coordinate and cooperate within our community. Just to show what happened is that 2 days after the attack happened on Thursday, on Saturday in the morning, we already met with over 100 NGOs to talk about the partnership, the fields of responsibilities and the cooperation. And this was already after we have set up and planned the institutionalized coordination system. Of course, this system has been developed throughout the months that have been passing, and everything is changing, sometimes daily. At the beginning, it was really changing on the daily basis. Right now, it's slightly different. During the first wave of the crisis, we, of course, had to think about the crisis response, so accommodation, food, but also health, and coordination of sending support to Ukraine and coordination of people's need to help. This was something that for me was a big surprise, that we have to manage so much people's emotion and the need to help others, and eagerness to see this help being used. People were not ready to wait a week or 2 weeks. They wanted their help, their hearts, to be utilized in a way to help straight away. So we had to suddenly face the situation of multi-level, very integrated, interdisciplinary management. And I think for us here in Poland, a positive surprise was that we are able to cooperate, because like I think many countries, we are also very divided politically, and suddenly we were able to do things together. We were able to to bring legislation which helped to manage the crisis in the first in the first weeks. Right now, we're in a different situation. We have to think about longer-term help and long-term integration. And here we have different challenges. I think what is very helpful is not only our experience, but also the support of international humanitarian organizations that are ready to come and start providing longer-term or even mid-term support. 2 days ago, we have opened a UNHCR agency, but which will provide funding to refugees for 3 months. But I think many more are coming. So still, we have big public health challenges. And right now, I would say there are 3 main. The first one is lack of crisis legislation that would provide legal framework for medical crisis support. We didn't have that, and we don't have that. And I think that we should have it, because we, of course, know that this is not the last crisis, and we have to learn from what's happening. The second one is vaccination. We have 5% growth of children in the last 3 months in our schools, and they are all refugees. And we know that majority of children who came to Poland did not subscribe to schools and nurseries. So we are expecting a huge number of children coming to schools from September, and we know that the that the level of vaccination in Ukraine is lower than in Poland, and we see it in 2 dimensions. One is medical, and the second is social, because Polish society may not be welcoming our flexible approach to vaccinations, especially in nurseries and in schools. So we believe that this is a huge challenge to promote vaccination among the refugees. And the third challenge is right now the support to people with disabilities and people with long-term illnesses. And this comes back to both the situation in general Polish health system, which is not great, especially after the pandemic, but also the funding. So these are the main 3 things, 3 challenges that we're facing right now. Sorry for a slightly too long presentation, but I just wanted you to know where we are at. So thank you once again. Thank you for coming together to talk about this issue, and I hope the recommendations that you give will be also helpful to us to maybe promote them here in Poland. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. And now this meeting would not happen without huge support and very openness of ASPHER. So I now invite John Middleton, President of ASPHER, who is joining us online. John, the stage is yours. Just a second, we have to volume up. Just a second. We hear you, but very, 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 very silently. So just in a minute, we have to volume up. Yeah. Great, great. Now, thank you.
Well, good morning, colleagues. Normally, I would be saying in attending a meeting like this that I'm delighted to be with you, but delighted would not be an appropriate word. It's a solemn existential threat to the health of the people of Ukraine, of Poland, of Europe in general, and the world. What I can say is that I am honoured to be with you, and that I am amazed and gratified and stunned by the responses that people are making in Ukraine, in Poland, in other parts of Eastern Europe and Europe generally. I'm also shamed and horrified by the lack of response from my own country. We gathered today to look at the public health implications of war. I would say to you that public health has a role in response, in recovery, in rehabilitation, and in reconciliation eventually. And clearly with Ukraine we're a long way from any of that latter reconciliation. ASPHER has been involved in conflicts in many circumstances. In my memory, we visited Gaza in 2015, and there is something about the solidarity between public health professionals which is extremely important to us all. Should celebrate the fact that people have come together in the way you do now, and we should also be heartened by the way public health professionals have supported ASPHER's task force on war, led by Oliver Razum for us from Bielefeld in Germany. And we should retain and maintain and grow that sense of solidarity between nations and indeed within countries as people are mounting their responses. Public health has been engaged in the prevention of violence for many years, but with the WHO report in 2004, updated in 2014, other big reports like the Seidel and Levy books on war and public health and terrorism and public health, but it's always been in the sort of Western European context somewhat marginal. Not so many people die of war, of violence, as have died from cardiac and cancer problems, and so we have neglected the long-term implications of being a victim of violence, being a victim across generations, and failed to address problems of reconciliation and recovery as well. So the years that people live with disability and with suffering and mental health problems, with regret, with despair, with distress, all of these things have been neglected in a public health context till now. the European Union received the Nobel Peace Prize for its role in bringing nations together. There was some ridicule in some circumstances, some circles about that award, but nevertheless we've seen how important the years of stability and economic progress have given to the selected countries of Western and Central Europe, you know, we should celebrate the achievements of the European Union, but we certainly need to see more and better from it. A maxim which I recall from the days of anti-nuclear movement was that the cause of war is the preparation for war. And we saw that at that time in the context of military, industrial, academic complex, how all these came together in a self-interest that promoted more prospect for violence and for destruction. And we need to break that complex even now because it propels us towards more and greater destruction. But I'm afraid that to add to that military, industrial, academic complex, we now need to add the era of disinformation, the era of misappropriation of personal data, corruption of democratic processes. All of these things have been part of the Russian playbook as we have lurched towards this dreadful catastrophe that we now face. We've seen that in the public health context where disinformation has fueled anti-vax, but we see it on a much grander geopolitical scale where it impacts on allowing and enabling this wholly unjustifiable war to take place through the way in which the Russian people have been supportive of the Putin action. So it seems to me that we need a new level of prevention and cooperation between the public health community. In 2016, ISIS, crop failure and no antibiotics seemed to be three of the biggest threats that we faced. And I wrote at that time about the need for multidisciplinary public health, for partnerships with people in climate science, in ecology, in political science and international law. And those partnerships are ever more necessary now as we see the conflict and the consequences and the things that led to that being possible. And it seems to me that we need a concept of geopolitical health. We need to look at the epidemiology of privacy, of transparency, of corruption, how trade influences the way business is done, how organised crime influences our health. All of these factors are all part of the picture that has led to this unilateral and unjustifiable action of the Russian people and president, and we are all facing the consequences now. So I wish you success in your meeting. I will try and join you and stay with you. I've got to just nip up the Baltic to Tallinn for the International Association of National Public Health Institutes meeting now, but I wish you every success, and I commend you for your courage, for your solidarity, and for your working together to address the problems of the immediate war, the refugees, and I'm sure, as we'll talk about in the rest of the Congress, the impacts for global health food supplies and so on. So thank you very much for inviting me. And as I say, I will hope to return to your meeting later this morning. Thank you very much. Lucas, over to you.
Thank you, John, very much for joining us and showing us this big scope of influence the war has on our daily lives, yeah, starting from the climate change, but also the crime and also the trade. All of this we see now is influenced by the war. So thank you very much for joining us, and I know that you are very busy, so I hope you will join us later on. So now we are moving to the session number 1, and I heartily invite Iwona Kowalska-Bobko and Tomasz Bochenek from Jagiellonian University Medical College, who will lead this session. So Tomek, Iwona, over to you.
Okay, thank you.
You have the microphones here.
Okay.
So I'd like to also invite to the panel Tatiana Juroczko from National University of Kyiv, Mohyla Academy, and Larissa Zasiekina. I think she's joining us in a minute, so she also joins. So please come in. And also in this panel will join Igor Gushuk from National University of Ostrog Academy, also from Ukraine, will join us online. So Tomek, Iwona, over to you.
So good morning to everyone. My name is Iwona Kowalska-Bobko and I am director of the Institute of Public Health, Faculty of Health Sciences, Jagiellonian University Medical College. And I am here together with Deputy Director of the Institute of Public Health, Dr. Tomasz Bochenek. And this is the honor and privilege for us to chair this very important session. And we decided to come here personally, to be here with you, because we love Gdańsk, of course. It's a very beautiful place, but we are here not only because of the beauty of this place, but because of the very important subject of this conference, the impact of the Ukrainian war on public health, the war in the Ukraine. So I would like to welcome all of you here in Gdańsk, but I would like to also welcome all our guests who are online with us. And let me welcome our panelists. First of all, Tatiana Juroczko from National University of Kyiv, Ukraine. I hope she is with us. Larissa Zasiekina, Lesia Ukrainian, Volyn National University, Ukraine. Irina Senyuta, Danilo Halwacki, Lviv National Medical University, Ukraine. Igor Gashuk, National University of Ostrog Academy, Ukraine. And also the panelists for the second part of our meeting, this first panel, Samer Jabor, American University of Beirut, Lebanon, Olena Hankivsky, Simon Fraser University, Canada, Laurent Chambon, French School of Public Health, Rennes, France, Oleg Lozan, School of Public Health Management, Moldova, and Enrique Lopez, Portuguese Catholic University, Lisbon, Portugal. Welcome, Enrique. So, before we start to speak about public health needs in Ukraine and possibilities for support, this is the subject of the first part of the panel, and then there will be a second part, public health challenges in European countries and worldwide due to the war, how School of Public Health need to adapt to the new challenges. I would like to say a few words, how important is this subject for the public health specialists and for the healthcare systems. It was really very nice to hear all my colleagues, so the rector of the university, the representative of local authority, and John Middleton, because they try to underline the main challenges that we have in public health. But I would like to say that the new approach of thinking about the healthcare systems, because until I think COVID-19 crisis, we think about the healthcare system, we analyze the healthcare system in the perspective of transition. So transition in healthcare system. Now, after the COVID-19 and the war in the Ukraine, there is another approach, I think, the sustainability and resilience in healthcare system. So the healthcare system in crisis, how they adapt to the new situation, how they change, how they face the new challenges. And I am very happy that we will see the perspective of how the war in the Ukraine influence the public health sector in Ukraine, in Poland, and in other countries. And we will see also the perspective of international organizations like ASPHER. So I'm really looking forward for all presentation and, of course, also the discussion. And for me, of course, very important is this Polish perspective of the war in the Ukraine. And as you heard, for us it's important that we decided to change the law to guarantee the equal access to the healthcare services for all registered refugees, Ukrainian refugees in Poland. Then there are few challenges like vaccinations, and also how to adopt all healthcare professionals from Ukraine to Polish healthcare system, because as you know, there are many deficits in Polish healthcare system, according, of course, I think about the nurses and physicians. So, Tomasz, maybe I give you a chance to say a few words and we will start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Iwona. Welcome, everybody. Going into first short lecture in our session, I would like to introduce Mrs. Tatiana Juroczko. Actually, she's with us today, and she'll present with the help of the Ukrainian student here in Gdańsk. Tatiana, the microphone is yours. And in the meantime, I will say that Tatiana is a head of the School of Public Health in Kyiv, Mohyla Academy. She holds PhD in Public Administration. She's a general practitioner and chair of the Research Ethics Committee in Kyiv Mohyla Academy, and also member of the Human Resources Development Working Group in the Public Health of the Center for Public Health at the Ministry of Health in Ukraine. Tatiana, the microphone is yours.
Добрий день, колеги. Я, з вашого дозволу, буду розмовляти українською мовою.
Hello, colleagues. If I can, I just want to say all of the things in Ukrainian.
Проблема війни і громадського здоров'я – це не проблема лише України. Це глобальна проблема, і я дуже дякую, що ви звернулись до цієї проблематики.
The clue and the problem of the healthcare after this war, it's not only Ukrainian problem, it's like global world problem.
Тут можна наводити дуже багато кричущих фактів, але я сьогодні зупинюсь на тому, в якій ситуації сталися школи громадського здоров'я під час війни.
And this war and this situation makes all of horror facts and problems, and I want to say today about the problems that face Ukrainian schools.
Тому що школи громадського здоров'я, за цією назвою стоять люди. Стоять студенти, стоять викладачі і стоїть вся система громадського здоров'я.
And Ukrainian schools of healthcare is provided by students, by teachers, and all of the government of Ukraine.
Я розпочати хочу з того, що 24 лютого 2022 року світ змінився. І світ змінився не лише в Україні, а світ змінився в цілому. Тому що країна, яка жила, яка розвивається вільно і яка будує своє державотворення за європейськими цінностями, і яка підтримує ідеологію миру і розвитку, на неї просто ганебно, варварськи вторглися в нашу країну. І чи ми... Так.
And I want to start from the start of the war, from 24th of February, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and Russia just provided to all of these problems with healthcare in not only in Ukraine, but it provides to global problem in all world. And now we are facing with different kind of problems in healthcare in Ukraine, in providing this help to refugees. And I want to tell you about how it looks like in our country.
Це символічний слайд, на якому я хочу показати Україна, яка була, і Україна, яка є зараз після ганебного вторгнення.
And I want to show in this slide, in this presentation, how Ukraine looks like before the Russian invasion and how it looks like after Russian peace in Ukraine.
На сьогодні пошкоджено понад 600 закладів інфраструктури охорони здоров'я.
For today, it's destructed like more than 600 of healthcare organs in Ukraine.
40 з яких взагалі не підлягає відновленню.
40 of them is not like to build up after the war ends.
Я кажу понад, тому що ще будуть підраховані дані, 32 медичних працівника були теж загинули.
And I say more than because we don't know actually how many hospitals and healthcare organs are destructed in Ukraine. But I can say that more than 32 hospital workers just died in this from the start of the war.
Понад 600 дітей зазнали травм, із них понад 230 дітей загинуло.
More than
Ми зазнали поранень понад 600, а понад 230 загинуло.
And more than 600 kids are touched by this war, and more than 130 just died in the first months of the war.
Тепер я перейду до а що було які ситуації опинила школа охорони здоров'я і як ми діяли. Я почну із того, просто які напрями є наразі в нашій школі охорони здоров'я Києво-Могилянської академії.
From the beginning, I want to tell you about our main functions in healthcare systems in Ukraine.
Наша активність була спрямована, і вона зараз спрямована на освітня складова, дослідницька, аналітична, співпраця, нетворкінг з іншими школами громадського здоров'я і співпраця з громадами. Україна, як і Польща, досить велика країна, і вона йде шляхом децентралізації, тому дуже важливо співпраця якраз із територіальними громадами, чим ми в школі також займалися.
And we are focused in our public health system with education, research, analysis, cooperations, continuous professional development of specialties, and of course working with non-profit organizations in Ukraine, because Ukraine have similar size like Poland, and we are trying to decentralize in Ukraine. and we are just focusing on this, helping with non-profit organizations and with the government in Ukraine.
Найбільшого руйнівного впливу зазнали три останні наші активності, тому що на сьогодні ефективно взаємодіяти між школами, ефективно взаємодіяти з громадами і проводити на належному рівні саме аналітичні дослідження досить важко, хоча ми вже відновлюємо цю роботу. Щодо освіти і науки,
when the war starts, it's facing at our the last three functions in our healthcare system. To cooperation with other schools and organization, continuous professional development and working with communities. And now we see the problem with providing the analysis and policy making, because this war not only affect on these three last functions in our public health system.
Перший місяць це був місяць дезорганізації і шоку для всіх.
The first month is like a month of all the disorganization and shock for all of Ukrainian people.
І наш університет, як і більшість університетів, ми не працювали, оскільки багато студентів, викладачів вимушені були покинути своє місце проживання або в межах України, або за межі України.
And our university, from the beginning of the war, we just need to close up because, like all of the universities in Ukraine, and most of the teachers of tutors just need to relocate to another cities or countries from Ukraine. Because the war starts.
Сьогодні понад 80% як викладачів, так і студентів не в Києві, більшість за кордоном.
Now, more than or nearly 80% of all of the teachers, tutors, students from university in Ukrainian universities are located not in Ukraine for now.
І дуже важливо було з чого почати, це налагоджувати комунікацію як зі студентами, так і з викладачами.
And the big issue is a communication in Ukraine in this time between Ukrainian teachers and tutors and the students who just need to end their studies.
За місяць ми відновили освітній процес, і наразі ми в дистанційному форматі проводимо наші заняття.
After 1 month, we restart our studying program, and now we are studying online with our tutors and students.
В дослідженнях досить складніша ситуація, але ми теж зуміли зберегти ті проекти наукові, які ми започаткували до війни.
If we talk about research, now it's harder situation, more than education. But now we are just trying to restart all of our projects, all of our work in this case, after some few months after start of the war.
В чому нам які напрями нашої подальшої роботи? Це, безумовно, потрібно змінювати формат освітніх програм, які покривали питання впливу війни на громадське здоров'я. Ці питання взагалі майже не покривалися в програмах з громадського здоров'я.
And in this slide, you can just see how our plans looks like from the beginning of the war. And all of these questions are not comparing to necessaries and problems that start after this Russian invasion.
Розбудова системи громадського здоров'я потребує якісних кадрів. На сьогоднішній день 20% фахівців громадського здоров'я також випали з системи.
Today we know that to provide good level of healthcare system, we just need to manage good competition workers, and today nearly 20% of these competition workers in Ukraine are just not work because they don't have opportunity to do their job.
Є потреба в спільних наукових дослідженнях, оскільки суттєво змінилася демографічна ситуація і вплив даної наразі демографічної ситуації на розвиток країни – це поле для досліджень, які ми всі разом можемо, над якими маємо працювати.
And the next problem is like demographic shifts in society, and it's case that we can just compare all of our doing and try to providing research and to release all of our plans in Ukraine.
Гуманітарна криза, яка супроводжує війну, вона тягне за собою зміну в негативному плані, зміну епідситуації в країні.
The humanitarian crisis in Ukraine that starts after the war, it provides to more and more problems in Ukraine, and we are facing with them and trying to
Епідситуація in Ukraine. Вирішити проблему?
To solve the problems in Ukraine.
На сьогоднішній день лише 15% виконано вакцинації по планових вакцинах. Плюс-мінус 15-16% – це і поліо, це і дифтерія, це і коклюш, кір.
If we talk about injections, for today, it's like nearly 15% of all of the necessary injections from all of healthcare illnesses that are popular in the countries of the third world. And now we are trying to popularize these injection systems in Ukraine to make more percentage of healthness.
Відповідно, особливо небезпечним стає поширення кору, тому що цикл, ми всі знаємо, що кір циклічна, і наразі цей рік якраз рік спалаху кори. Я закінчую, дякую. Тому я вас всіх прошу, на цьому слайді я показала негативний вплив на всі соціальні детермінанти громадського здоров'я, і які потребують спільних наших зусиль, спільної співпраці для подолання негативних наслідків війни на громадське здоров'я.
In this slide, I want to show you the effect on all of the social determinants of health in Ukraine after war, and this is the cases that we can collect our research basis our work and try to solve all of these problems that were provided.
Все, дякую. Я чекаю від вас питання і коментарі і готова відповідати на них.
Thank you so much. Maybe do you have some questions?
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Tatiana. It's a pity our conference does not last 3 days instead of just one. So maybe we will move our questions after presentations. So thank you so much for your great presentation. And now I would like to introduce Larissa Zasiekina. She's with us today as well. And Larissa is a Doctor of Sciences, Professor in Clinical Psychology. She's a Vice Rector for Research and International Affairs at Lesia Ukrainka Volyn National University. And she's a Director of the Ukrainian Psychotrauma Center.
Yeah, thank you, Tomasz. And what about time limit? 5-7 minutes, right?
Yes.
As it was arranged.
Yes, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, thank you very much for Poland, for so great support for Ukraine, for Ukrainians. It helps. It makes us stronger and more confident that we win. Thank you very much. And then I'd like to thank you for invitation, because it's very important today to talk about consequences of war in terms of mental health, to search for solutions, and of course it's nice to develop some roadmap for Europe and for Ukraine how to struggle with these negative consequences. And to say that a war has poor effects is to say nothing, because Russia-Ukraine war has catastrophic effects in terms of public health and mental health. And I'd like to could you please help me? Okay. Okay, and I'd like to start with the map, and this map of immigration in Ukraine, which started in 2014, and because actually the war started this year, yes, now we have full-sized invasion of Russia, but this map showed that in 2014, many people migrated, you can see it in yellow ellipses, many people migrated from eastern part and southern part of Ukraine, predominantly in Kiev Oblast and Kharkiv Oblast. And now this period, this war, we know that these cities were attacked, and many people, these displaced people from 2014, migrated the second time, predominantly to the western part of Ukraine or abroad. So it means that we have a lot of people who were double migrated, double displaced. What does it mean in psychological term? Inner displaced or outer-displaced, external displaced people, in psychological term, have loss. They always have loss. Loss of relatives, loss of homes, loss of neighbors, of a routine way of life. And these people are most vulnerable for PTSD afterwards. So I'd like to emphasize that in Ukraine we have special situation because we have double migrated people. And by the way, our region, Volyn region, has hosted 70,000 of people. So it is probably one of the top oblasts in Ukraine who accepted so many inner displaced people. And now our task to provide them with full integration in our oblast in terms of public health as well. And this slide presents the top diseases in 2021 in Ukraine and in Volyn Oblast as well. And when I left for Poland yesterday, I was interested in our municipal and oblast mental health, public health services, and we have the same. So the top is cardiovascular disease, but now we have very high rise in this disease in Volyn Oblast. What does it mean? The possible reasons for it that people are stressed very much during the war, and another possible reason that people have limited access to medicine, which protected them, yes, from this chronic disease. So now we have very high rise in cardiovascular disease, which also I'd like to emphasize it because it emphasizes the connection between physical and mental health. And now I'd like to talk about psychological specific features of our war. It's not our war, it's Russia-Ukraine war. It's very important because if we know these specific features, it would be easier for us to find some specific solutions, how to minimize these consequences, right? And the first is the pandemic time. Yes, post-pandemic time. And when all Europe coped to finish this more or less pandemic time, Ukrainian people had no chance to come back to their work offline. And now we are working mostly in distant or blended format. It means that people suffer social isolation and all comorbidities connected with this. I mean loneliness, depression, suicidal tendencies, because people are very isolated. And of course we have the most vulnerable population for it. They are aging people, they are adolescents and young youth who need this communication, real communication, and we could think of it. The second point is that low psychological preparedness of Ukrainian people for the war. What does it mean? Of course, we had a lot of conflicts with Russia and a lot of clashes with Russia during our history. But you could agree with me that we have the same Slavic roots, and nobody expected the degree of brutality of this war. And we know that when people are not ready for something, their stress is very, very high. So it is also the prerequisite for future PTSD problems in Ukrainian population. The next point is double migration, I told it, and I'd like to emphasize, of course, the history of genocide in Ukrainian nation, and my research field is generational transmission of trauma. I'm competent in it, and I could tell confidently that direct descendants, not only survivors, have this trauma. And now when we see or when we hear that we have some restrictions for export, for example, for grain, for wheat, for buckwheat, because of some deficit of the grain, of course we have fear and terror of possible recurrent hunger again. And of course it's again the prerequisite for PTSD. So there are many specific features which emphasize that we could have very accentuated, concentrated traumatic experience in mental health. And to conclude, the highest problem, as for me, as for clinical psychology, is very low mental health culture in Ukraine as post-Soviet country. Not Ukraine, but many countries as well, because yesterday I was talking with our colleagues from US, they have the same very high stigma, but in Ukraine, this stigma is very, very high. And now when we have a lot of mobile teams organized by Red Cross, yes, and who try to help to organize different support for people opposed to psychological support. They accept some food, accept some services helping them to find some apartment or employment, but they oppose to mental health services because stigma is very, very high. And for this purpose, I'd like to emphasize the connection between public health and clinical psychology professionals, because I was searching for public health website for different associations, and I found a very small segment of mental health policy, of global mental health policy in public health, in global public health policy. So that's why I addressed to Usfer, because we need this policy in terms of mental health in order to provide our people with good psychological support. And as for my opinion, so the most vulnerable population are always women, children, the elderly and disabled. And as for me, the core institution who could provide multidisciplinary help is community resilience centers, which could provide different kind of support services like social, primary medical support, legal support, economic support, and psychological support. And it will help because people addressing these centers, they they could get psychological support like a bonus. They wouldn't oppose visiting these centers because they could go just, for example, for primary medical support or for some legal support. And then, by the way, they could get some psychological support. It's like one way to struggle with this stigma, and of course, mental health policy. And this centers, one of the tasks of these mental health centers, of community resilience centers, to make this, to manage and to develop mental health policy. Thank you very much, and I will be ready for your questions during the discussion.
Thank you very much, Larissa. It was really very interesting aspects. Okay, I would like to ask for the presentation Irina Sinyuta, who is with us online. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Good
colleagues.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Irina is head of the Department of Medical Law at the Danilo Halicki Lviv National Medical University, head of the Committee of Medical and Pharmaceutical Law and Bioethics of the National Bar Association of Ukraine, President of the NGO Foundation of Medical Law and Bioethics of Ukraine, Chief Editor of the Scientific and Practical Journal Medical Law, European Association Health Law Board member. Irina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and please my presentation.
Okay. Please remember you have 7 to 10 minutes, yes?
Okay, thank you. May I ask you about my presentation, dear organizers?
Okay,
Yes, it will be soon. Do we have presentation, please?
Yes, I have presentation.
Okay, just a minute, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Just a minute. Okay.
So maybe we'll have a question in the meantime to our colleagues. If the audience, please, if you do you have any questions in the meantime?
Okay.
Irina, the question is, can you share the presentation?
Yes, please give me the rights of the organizers.
Okay, we will do it.
Okay?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
So, are there any questions to our colleagues from Ukraine? From the audience? Maybe I will, yes?
Thank you.
It will start. Just please let us know when to move to the next slide, right?
Give me please the rights of the organizers, and because I don't, I have no opportunity to show you presentation now.
Okay, just a moment. Maybe the organizers will make a show, will make a presentation, and you will be kindly asked to tell which slide should be shown.
After 2 years, we still have a problem, as you can see.
Now you have rights as a presenter.
Okay.
Is it so? I don't know. Yes, you have. Great. Okay.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. Great.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, sincerely thanks to Robert Otok and for all organizers for the invitation to participate in this event and for the chosen topic for discussion, war in Ukraine and public health. Your support and assistance are very valuable and important for Ukrainian and the Ukrainian people. Special words of gratitude today for Poland, for hospitality, complicity and support in the fight for human values, including freedom. As the great Polish poet Adam Mickiewicz said, freedom is the only characteristic features of civilization. Thank you sincerely that together we can instill common civilization values. I would like to present you the topic of my speech, Public Health Law and the War in Ukraine, Present and Lessons for the Future. I will begin my presentation with the vote of Winston Churchill. War is when completely innocent people die for the interest of others. I will begin information about two relevant public health problems. It's the first is medical neutrality. The concept of medical neutrality has become especially relevant for Ukraine at 2014 since the beginning of the armed conflict with Russia. The little known then concept began a national development, but today is only a scientific and educational component. However, it's very important to have proper legal basic as well as effective mechanism for the protection of human rights that follow from this concept. Medical neutrality is social agreement that obliges society to protect health workers both in time of war and in peacetime, and obliges medical personnel to provide medical care to all, regardless of religion and political affiliation and other characteristics. The concept of medical neutrality was introduced during the wartime in Geneva Conventions and additional protocol of Geneva Convention, Protocol 1. And it's very important now for Ukraine. And you can see the statistic in different resources. We have different information about this, and you can see some information about our hospitals were completely destroyed. It's 101, 570 hospitals are damaged, and they do not have the opportunity to provide medical care. In this slide, you may see one pictures, hospitals, Volnovakha, Central District Hospitals is Donetsk region. Unfortunately, the numbers are growing every day, and the situation with access to medical care and the necessary medicines for patients is getting worse also every day. A horrible example, torching in Mariupol, Azovstal, where for more than 2 months, the wounded people do not have access to the necessary medical care, dying in agony because there is no possibility for adequate pain relief or proper antibiotic therapy. And the WHO website have published an appeal from the international community calling for an immediate end to attack on healthcare in Ukraine. The horrific attack of healthcare in Ukraine are killing and causing serious injuries to patients and health workers, destroying vital health infrastructure and forcing thousands to forgo accessing health service despite catastrophic needs. In this slide, we consider Article 10 of Protocol 1 is one that clearly enshrines the principle of medical neutrality. You may see this Article 10 and protection and care. Protocol 1 also prohibits the forcible donation of organ and tissues, including blood. Protocol 1 enshrines key human rights in the field of health care, which are fundamental. For example, the right to refuse medical care, which demonstrate respect for the person's physical autonomy regardless of where he or she is at war. We pay attention to Article 12, which clearly state protection of medical units. Medical units shall be respected and protected at all times and shall not be object of attack. The principles of medical neutrality are, for example, free access to medical care, including treatment as well as necessary medicine and medical devices, human treatment to the entire civilian population, non-discrimination in the treatment of sick or injured. And for examples of violations of medical neutrality by the aggressor now in Ukraine. For example, is destruction of a maternity hospital in Mariupol and death of pregnant patient. Shelling the destruction of the Kharkiv region blood service center and murder of donors and doctors, forced donation and others. Violation of medical neutrality is a military crime. Violation of principle of medical neutrality is also a violation of Article 3 of Euro Convention. And due to the massive cases of violence in the field of healthcare, this should be regarded as genocide of Ukrainian people. And I would like to say some words about Ukrainian situation now, about our legislation. The burden on Ukrainian healthcare system today is enormous, which could lead to a humanitarian crisis due to numerous problems related to armed aggression. It's important to note that regardless of the martial law in Ukraine and the constitutional possibility of restriction human rights, the president of Ukraine did not impose restriction of Article 49 of the Constitution of Ukraine, highly appreciating the human rights to health care, medical care, and health insurance at the legislative level. This right continue to apply in Ukraine. So everyone still has the full right to medical care. And next, the second aspect is sexual violence and low public health. It's important. It's important for Ukraine. Now, is sexual violence committed by an aggressor in Ukraine is an act of genocide on a scale of act. In the interview with the Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights to the Polish newspaper Onet, it said that there is no clear information on the number of victims of sexual violence, but it's much more than 830 who have already called the hotline. Russians raped women, men, children. Many 13, 14 years old girls are now pregnant and unable to have an abortion. Lots of raped little boys now. And sexual violence is an act of genocide. Understanding the extent of the acts that can be clarified as sexual violence will increase the responsibility for such crimes. And we understand that Ukrainian sexual violence has become a weapon of mass destruction and it's a genocide of Ukrainian people. There is the words of Angelina Jolie and Lord Guy Richmond, and these words, it's very clarified, reflected the essence of sexual violence, its legal nature. And in this slide, you can see the definition of conflict-related sexual violence by Secretary Council Resolution December 2010. And Article 3 of the Geneva Convention sets standards for basic considerations of humanity, and all states who ratified the convention must adhere to these standards. Sexual violence is a violence of Article 3 and 8 of the Euro Convention, as it constitutes torture and violation of the right to respect for privacy. And some words about role of medical professionals in documenting sexual violence. Now we have two international standards in documenting crimes related of sexual violence. Our international program and protocol and of the documentation and Istanbul Protocol. In Ukraine, we have no special documents about for documenting sexual violence in Ukraine, but we used this protocol order of Ministry of Health and have procedure of conduction and documenting about victim of domestic violence and use these documents. And for me, the key role of healthcare professionals now in documenting sexual violence is doctor issues a standard documenting which indicates the signs of violence, which will be evidence in criminal proceeding, in particular at the level of national law for committing to a crime under Article 438 of Criminal Code of Ukraine. And some words for a role of Usfer for me now for my speech. It's for its educational area, because by introducing to the educational program components related to the role of health workers during the armed conflict, informing about the concept of medical neutrality, particularly during the peacetime, teaching the standards of documenting crimes, namely medical segment, and scientific area, because ASPHER, a powerful organization, and help to prepare a great platform, scientific educational platform for our health workers, and together to help Ukraine about our law platform about medical neutrality, for example. Thank you sincerely for your attention, and I sincerely wish you peace and victory of human rights values.
Thank you, Irina, very much. It was really very important, very sad aspect, how the Russian act against the international and national Ukrainian law. So I would like to, the discussion will be after the presentations, because I am sure that you have questions. Thank you, Irina. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Igor Guszczuk to present. Igor Guszczuk is PhD in medicine professor, representative of National University of Ostroh Academy, head of the Department of Public Health of Ostroh Academy, head of the Research Center Human Ecology and Public Health, deputy chairman of the board of the NGO Ukrainian Public Health Association, member of Ukrainian Medical Expert Association, member of the board of Ukrainian Medical Society, and national expert in the field of risk assessment for public health and environmental. Igor, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes. So, please, you can start to present your presentation.
Good morning. Can you give me an access to share my presentation?
Okay, we will ask the organizers to do it. Okay, we have it.
Yes, we can see it now.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, please. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to join today event. At this difficult time for Ukrainian and the free world after Russian insidious military attack, I want to inform participants about what is happening now in Ukraine from the perspective of public health threats. As you know, now on the 24th of February this year, Russia attacked Ukraine along the entire length of the common border from Lugansk to Chernihiv, as well as from the territory of Belarus and occupied Crimea. The war in Ukraine has led to a severe humanitarian crisis among the civilian population living in the cities, especially those affected by military missile and bomb attacks by the Russian aggressor. The lack of green corridors in the first weeks of the war led not only to physical but also to moral suffering among the people who were trying to escape from the hell that Russia had created. Civilians in busy cities often have to hide during shelling in basements that they lack proper heating, water, lighting, sewage, etc. A clear example is the extravagance of the suffering city of Mariupol, which is nearly half a million people. After 2 months of war, Ukrainians, the conditions are dire. According to preliminary data, there are about 4,000 wounded civilians, more than 3,500 dead, including 235 children. 13 million people have been displaced, and about 16 million Ukrainians overall are in need of help. It should be noted that 8 million people are internally displaced people that of whom suffer from chronic diseases. That is, people who have moved to other regions of Ukraine and will seek health service in those regions. And this, of course, will affect the healthcare system. According to the Ministry of Healthcare of Ukraine, as of the 10th of May, the occupants had damaged 600 medical facilities and more than 150 pharmacies and 101 hospitals were completely destroyed, and nearly 200 ambulances were shot at or seized. In total, since the beginning of the military aggression, there have been 211 attacks on health facility, resulting in 55 injuries and 75 deaths. This attack deprived people of needed emergency care, endangered health care workers, and blow of health care. Due to the destruction of hospitals, hundreds of thousands of people have lost uninterrupted access to necessary medical care. About 1,000 medical facilities are located near conflict lines or are in altered control zones. The consequence is limited or no access to medicinal facilities and medical workers. In addition, the Russian military continues to block humanitarian convoys that could have delivered medicine to the temporarily occupied territories. Against the background of mass displacements of the population fleeing the conflict within the country, as well as attacks and strikes, including on the healthcare infrastructure, the disruption of the provision and continuity of medical care in Ukraine, the healthcare system had to adapt quickly. First of all, because of active combat operation, the focus of medical care shifted to the injuries, wounds, burns, fractures. Some hospitals have been converted to care for the wound. At the same time, we understand that this shift means of lower priority of care for patients with non-community diseases, continuity of care for patients with tuberculosis, HIV, diabetes, and others. That means that everything must be done to ensure that such care is provided and is continuity is maintained. COVID-19 vaccination and routine immunization have been also stopped. The Ministry of Health of Ukraine is doing its best to provide the proper medical care the population during the war, to quickly close the needs of regional health care facilities and solve the issues of distribution of drugs between regions. Under martial law, the Public Health Center of Ministry of Health of Ukraine continues to monitor the situation on the home front during emergencies throughout Ukraine 24/7. In particular, it is radiation monitoring and dosimetry controls, chemical monitoring and controls, monitoring the quality and safety of drinks water by meteorology and other indicators, establish groups, epidemiological surveillance and control, format disinfection terms. The Public Health Emergency Response Center has been switched to round-the-clock operation. Information on monitoring indicators and significant technogenic emergency related to military activity provided by the Regional Center for Disease Control and Prevention of Ministry of Health of Ukraine is being collected. Also, continuing in the monitoring of the epidemic situation regarding diseases, the work of healthcare institutions, the logistics of medicine in the conditions of war and band establishment. Doctors of primary, secondary, and tertiary medicine are working. Negotiations are underway with neighboring countries to provide the necessary medicine to patients fleeing abroad. It should be noted that, unfortunately, the World International Institute, such of the United Nations in the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Red Cross and NATO, in the first day and weeks of the war have shown their inability to handle quickly the effective to things without exaggeration global military threat. Now the situation has changed dramatically, and I want to thank my European colleagues for the unprecedented support of Ukraine and our people, especially from Poland, the Baltic countries, Great Britain, and others. The war ongoing in Ukraine and its impact on local health, as well as health issues in the region and beyond, were the focus of the special session of the World Health Organization, Regional Office of Europe, held on the 10th, 11th of May this year, which adopted a resolution entitled Health Emergency in Ukrainian and neighboring countries caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation. At the same time, the World Health Organization leadership and its regional office for Europe outlined efforts and commitment to support the people of Ukraine both now and in the long term. At the end, my special, I would like to thank Ukrainian doctors, the leadership of the Minister of Health and international medical community for the time technique work that in the being when they save the life and health of the Ukrainian people during this difficult time for everyone. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Thank you very much for next great presentation. I think generally it is difficult to find words to comment all these presentations. We are very scarce in time, but maybe just one or two questions. Ivona, would you like to?
Yes. I have a question to Irina. Irina, what is the involvement of health professionals in documenting crimes related to violence and the law of, or customs of war?
Thank you so much for your question. And medical professionals play an important role of documenting crimes related to violation of the rules and customs of war, and they provide evidence for future criminal proceedings at both international and national jurisdiction. In particular, it's medical a documentation of the healthcare institutions that records the condition of the military after capture of aggressor, or certificates that are formed as a result of recurring sexual violence. However, it's important to note that health professionals must have the appropriate skills from a proper communication with victims for not multiplying the consequence of injured to the correct description of injured. Improper formulation of evidence will be recognized as inadmissible in criminal proceeding and will affect the possibility of bringing the perpetrations of justice. Therefore, documentation standards should be a part of a postgraduate educational program for healthcare professionals.
There will be also time for questions, I think, till in the end of the whole sessions. The audience, do you have any comments, immediate questions at the moment? If not, then maybe we will switch to second panel of this session. So
the first presenter is Dr. Tomasz Bochenek. As I told you, it's the Deputy Director of the Institute of Public Health, Faculty of Health Sciences, Medical College, Jagiellonian University. Dr. Tomasz Bochenek is a specialist expert on drug policy and health technology assessment.
Thank you very much. Could you please show my presentation? I would like to introduce very briefly a few points, just as a food for thought before our colleagues will proceed. So first of all, yes, and next slide. Okay, I can do it. So first of all, I would like to say that what is the status quo of the international support to Ukraine. Looking at this map showing the support to Ukraine expressed by United Nations General Assembly members, more than 70% of states supported the memorandum resolution, aggression against Ukraine, while only 5 states, of course, Russia and 4 other countries, were against, while the rest, so about less than 30%, was neutral. But this includes then densely populated, very populous countries like China or India, for example. When we look at the support for Ukraine and attitudes to war in Ukraine within academy, according to my experience from what I have seen since the start of this conflict, the approach has been a bit differentiated. I mean, from full support or partial support, through hesitancy or pacifism, or something I would call cynical pacifism, to lack of interest or just lack of support. Why cynical pacifism? I'm calling it cynical pacifism because some kind of pacifism justified through willingness of not spreading a war, actually in another country, from one country to other countries, actually means probably unintentional acceptance of killing, raping citizens of another nation which chooses its own way in Europe and in the world, which does not want to be part of so-called Ruski Mir, Russian world, and prefers to be part of the Western world, European Union. And actually, in many cases, citizens of Ukraine have been showing much stronger commitment to so-called European values than many of those Europeans who have been so far declaring this so often, using it as some kind of slogan. So there were questions: why should we care about this particular conflict? Or there are many other armed conflicts in place in recent decades, or opinions like there are other armed conflicts which are currently taking place in other locations of our planet. So this is what I have personally seen. So what factors influence interest in war between Russia and Ukraine? Just very briefly, I think some of them, at least some of them. Geographical proximity, of course, to Ukraine and Russia. Historical experiences, understanding of the nature of this conflict, influence of state-sponsored Russian propaganda. But on the other hand, in which Ukraine is very successful, Ukrainians, now everybody can be a cameraman and film editor and posting everything which is recorded with smartphone. So also ways of reporting war with its victims, atrocities, consequences, as they are. Also pre-war ties with Russia, plans for doing joint businesses, profiting from trading Russian gas throughout Europe. Also issues like level of dependence on Russian gas and other hydrocarbons. And last but not least, level of differentiation of gas and oil supplies, a level of even such technical thing like level of filling up national gas storages influences the approach. So some good reasons, I think, to pay particular attention to this particular war, while obviously we all agree that appropriate attention should be always paid by peace-loving people to any wars of mankind, not only the one which is taking place 500 kilometers from Gdansk, and war in which explosions were reported this week only 15 kilometers from Polish-Ukrainian border. So just as a food for thought, and only some points which will be developed or already have been developed by our panelists and will be developed further. So we have various types of crises: humanitarian, healthcare, public health crisis, etc., etc. There is unprecedented, as our Ukrainian colleagues were mentioning, high level of violence, murder, rape, other crimes against civilians. It's difficult to believe, maybe Ukrainian colleagues confirm, but from what I've heard, more than 1 million of Ukrainian citizens was forcefully moved to Russia as end of April. And in this part of Europe, we all remember moving masses of people to Siberia, for example, for decades, in centuries. Illegal transfer of children from Ukraine to Russia, some historical aspects and bad experiences from former wars in which Russia or Soviet Union participated. It is difficult to say about it, but but probably we should remember violence, expression of violence are not exceptional in Russia, constituting in a way proof of state's power. Also another difficult topic, last phase of Second World War, Soviet rapes of German women were happening on mass scale, aiming to subject and change defeated enemy in biological dimension, in revenge, on purpose. So history is also important. Also very specific symbiosis of state and church, nuclear state and Orthodox Church with all possible influences on the society. Despite only two nations fight, this is actually, as it was mentioned, wide-scale global conflict and clash of civilizations. Democratic world versus tyranny. There were analyses that symptoms that there are symptoms that war was planned from the beginning as a clash not between Russia and Ukraine only, but Russia and the West, and forces gathered in Belarus were meant to pose threat to Baltic states, not necessarily in a way of kinetic war with Russia, but this was miscalculated by Russia, and we should thank Ukrainians that this miscalculation happened. So also, which is important, apparently Russians do believe that their state will win this war, being actually, as I mentioned, war between their state and the West, the collective West. War becomes prolonged in its duration. It becomes war on attrition. Maybe technical issue, but despite we have all this sophisticated warfare and special forces, etc., there is a apparently big role of old artillery, god of war, with all consequences, impact on human losses, healthcare needs as well, of course. Also, it will be probably also developed further. All of a sudden, the whole world realized that Ukraine is a major provider of grains and food supplies to many countries, South America, North Africa, Middle East, etc., etc. It looks like harvests in Ukraine will be at least 30 to 40% smaller than last year. We have stopping of export from not only from Ukraine but also from Russia and from India. All these consequences. We have of course unprecedented migration, as it was mentioned, internal and external, from east to the west in Russia, in Ukraine, in Moldova. Oleg will be with us from Moldova. So Moldova has the highest number of refugees per population. As we know, Poland, all of a sudden, almost as we can say overnight, has become fourth country in the world in terms of the overall number of refugees and asylum seekers. I think after Turkey, I think it is Colombia and the USA. So from the 101st position, in a few weeks became took fourth position. So there's this specific coincidence of pandemic, war, inflation, economic slowdown, and I think it is important also for public health and healthcare. We have apparent militarization in Europe. Inevitable need of shifting priorities, which will impact societies, politicians, and also decisions related to healthcare and public health. So, coming to end of my introduction, I would say that geography matters. This is one of the reasons why this war is important or should be important for us. This is a war in ASPHER region. Size of Ukraine is important, the second largest country in Europe. Also technical issue maybe, but terrain, differentiated terrain, difficult for military activities, changing weather also influencing these activities and making it prone to be prolonged war. So finally, I would like to conclude that it is impossible to have the best achievable healthcare and public health in a country without having freedom from oppression imposed by another hostile state. So this is also something which is important from perspective of public health. And after this introduction, I would like to give the floor to another panelist, which is excuse me, I understand that Samer is not with us. now, yes. So if not, Samer is, he is. No, Samer is not with us. So, Olena. Okay, so let's move to Laurent Chambaud. Laurent Chambaud from Rennes. And Olena. Okay, so let's move to a presentation of Olena Hankiewski. Olena is from School of Public Policy from Simon Fraser University in Canada. Olena, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And unfortunately, Samar had to step out for another call. So he has asked me to step in and to briefly present the roadmap for developing ASPHER technical guidance notes on war and health. So in terms of a little bit of a background, and I apologize, we do not have a PowerPoint presentation for this, so I'm going to just give some broad strokes to the technical guidance that has been developed. So I will just speak to this for a few minutes. So in response to the war in Ukraine, ASPHER has issued a statement condemning the war and outlining potential roles of ASPHER members. And translating this vision, ASPHER has strategically convened a task force on war. It focuses on 3 areas: scientific advice, neighboring countries and refugee context, training, and broader academic context. So the document that I'm going to speak to is developed within the first area, scientific advice. And really, we would like ASPHER members to send comments about the roadmap to both the ASPHER office as well as to the authors of the roadmap, and that's Samar and myself. So just in terms of the scope and aim of the document, it's really to outline a roadmap leading to the development of a series of technical guidance notes to inform the response of the ASPHER community to the Russian war on Ukraine. The document focuses on the situation inside Ukraine, and a separate roadmap will be needed to address the issues of Ukrainian refugees and the challenges for countries neighboring Ukraine and others receiving Ukrainian refugees, because those are, of course, are very different than the situation inside of Ukraine. And a third roadmap will also be needed to talk more about the global dimensions of the war, especially the effects on food security and global health. Just a pause here for a moment and to say that whilst this roadmap is focused on the inside of what's happening in Ukraine, I do want to acknowledge the millions of refugees now that find themselves outside of the borders of Ukraine, many of whom are suffering a whole range of public health implications of the war. And also just another point that I want to make is that there are millions of Ukrainians in the diaspora outside of Ukraine that are also experiencing many health reverberations from the war, and those related, of course, to worry, stress, depression, anxiety about the events that are happening. And these will also need to be looked at in due course. But going back to the roadmap, there are a number of priority areas for us for technical guidance that Samar had asked me to present very briefly. The first core area is mounting an institutional response. And the rationale here is to engage ASPHER member schools and programs to really engage in the area of war and conflict and health, and asking questions about how can we engage with the evolving situation How can we develop an institution-wide mobilization? What can we contribute? How can we sustain engagement? How do we assess the impact of our contributions to the situation, and so forth and so on? The second core area is employing conflict analysis to the situation. So as we all know, health scholarship and practice in relation to war and armed conflict typically focus on health consequences and response, while conflict itself is not subjected to such a critical analysis. So though it's uncommon for public health scholars and workers to formally employ a conflict analysis and related tools, it's very important for that to happen. So the technical guidance note proposes that a conflict analysis should be explicitly incorporated in public health work on war. The third core area is assessing the toll of war. As we all know, and as we have heard, war affects every aspect of life in a society. Public health scholarship does focus traditionally on the direct health effects, such as casualties. But what we're calling for in this technical note is for an comprehensive assessment, including an assessment of indirect consequences, such as disruptions in public health service, rise in chronic health conditions. These are all very critical. And we need to understand that there's a pre-existing condition, a pre-existing map of a situation of public health in Ukraine that is only going to be exacerbated by the war. And so our guidance note is really proposing a comprehensive approach to look at those broader health consequences, building on that which already exists in Ukraine and building on international evidence and experience as well. The fourth core area is appraising the responses to war, going beyond the role of health and humanitarian actors. While those are important, of course, we need to look at other actors, including how health and humanitarian actors become themselves a part of the conflict ecosystem. So we need to look at various actors beyond health and humanitarian ones, looking at civil society, community, political actors, and even scholars to see how they can contribute to the understanding of health, protection of civilians as well. The fourth core area is responding to health challenges and public health disruptions. And here looking at affected populations and communities on wider determinants of health, on medical provision, public health infrastructure. All of these raise important challenges for public health policy, planning, practice, and scholarship. And here I want to reflect on some of the things that my Ukrainian colleagues have already emphasized in terms of the impacts, but also to really emphasize the need to look at the disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable populations in Ukraine, understanding that there are significant gendered differences in the experiences of health in Ukraine, whether we're talking about traditionally the 10-year mortality gap that exists, as well as the disproportionate gendered impacts that we already had documented beginning into 2014 with the war in the East. The fifth core area is planning for the future and building back better. during active violent conflict, all focus, and rightly so, is placed on addressing the acute issues and responding to humanitarian health needs. But we need to start thinking about planning for public health challenges and opportunities in the next phases. Hopefully sooner rather than later, transitioning out of conflict, planning in the longer term, and planning for the post-conflict era. And finally, in terms of approach of ways to work forward, we really do seek the input of the audience and how we can improve this existing roadmap. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Olena. So now I would like to introduce Laurent Chambaud. Laurent from Rennes. Laurent is public health doctor. He's a professor and dean of ASPHER, School of Public Health, which is a leading national school of public health in France, located in Rennes. And we have, I must admit that we have a long term collaboration with Rennes. We in Krakow also, we have common studies, international studies. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Is it possible to share the PowerPoint? I have only 3 or 4 slides, so I don't know if you see the slides.
I hope they will appear.
I hope so. If not, I can begin without the slides. And
maybe you can share the slides.
Beth?
Okay.
Laurent, you should be able to share your slides.
So I have to. Okay. I think it will be too long because I have to go to my computer. No, so let's go this way if it's easier, because I have to go back to my computer to look at to find the file.
Okay.
So let's go this way. So thanks, Tomasz, and thanks for inviting me in this very important day. And I would have loved to be with you in Gdańsk, but unfortunately it was not possible for me to travel because I have quite a lot of things to do today. But anyway, it's really a pleasure to share with you some reflections that that we had about how to cooperate between our schools within ASPHER and especially with the Ukrainian School of Public Health and the School of Public Health who are just nearby. I think that there are perhaps 3 major areas for cooperation between us. The first one would be how we can help in answering health needs of displaced persons, and particularly in countries or regions with a massive influx. So that means that it will also be possible, and I hope it will be, to have this kind of support in people who are internally displaced in Ukraine, but also with the millions of Ukrainian people who went out of Ukraine and mainly in the border countries. So I think that we have to conduct a reflection on what is the best way for us to help in answering these specific needs that have been already documented even in the presentations before. The second, perhaps, area is how to take into account specific needs, and I think specific mental needs in all the countries hosting these displaced persons. It's something that will be very important in countries like Ukraine, for sure, but also Poland and Moldova and the countries just at the border. But it's also something that we think in the other countries, and for instance, in France or I mean, all the countries, all these people who just escaped from this stress and traumatic situation, we have also to develop something about how to deal with these specific needs and with what we call in our country post-traumatic stress disorders. We have some experiences on how to develop some facilities, some clinics specialized in this specific needs. We also, there are some concepts who have been developed, like the concept of resilience. I think it's really time for us to have the contact between public health professionals and mental health professionals in order to develop an assistance and to develop some specific facilities on that. And the third, perhaps it's not exhaustive, but the third area for cooperation, and it has been said before, is how we can help in reinforcing the healthcare facilities in the countries with a specific influx of these persons, including, and it has been said by our colleague from Ukraine, including preventive activities who have been stopped in many, for many reasons. So that means that we have also to look at how to put in practice the solidarity that we want to express. Having this in perspective, we developed with our colleague in Cracovia a proposal for a cooperation between our two schools. So it will be a bilateral agreement with some specific objective in public health. The first one is to support programs to facilitate the integration of Ukrainian refugee students wishing to study public health in the School of Public Health. So it's a way for us to help, for instance, the Krakowian School of Public Health in receiving these students. And we also would like to support, to have a program to support Ukrainian refugee faculty members in the disciplines of public health who wish to continue their public health research with the possibility of short stays, for instance, in our school, EHESP School of Public Health in Rennes. So it's also a way to demonstrate and to put in practice some programs that we have. For instance, we have one program in France to welcome public health, not scientific in general, but it could be also public health faculties. And in this way, we could also have a specific link with country like Poland, in which you have this proximity with Ukraine. And the third objective would be the possibility of internships for master's or doctoral students from our school in order to participate in our training or study or research activities on topics related to the situation in Ukraine and to the needs of helping refugees and taking into account the specific situation of refugees or displaced persons. So it's a way also for our students to have a possibility to help in conducting studies, research, or perhaps to help in training. So this is the way that we have, with Tomasz, designed a cooperation between our schools. We could also perhaps envisage to do it broadly in a broader sense with Moldova, but it's also a way perhaps to illustrate how we can bridge between our schools who are a little far from the border of Ukraine and with the countries that are really close to this border, and also, of course, with Ukraine also. And I would like to finish with one thing, because it has been said, and Tomasz has illustrated why this conflict in Ukraine is quite specific for us in Europe. But we have also to remind that that this has to be placed in a broader context. Even if this crisis is specific for the reasons that Tomasz has just illustrated before, we have to also to remind that our world is and will be faced to such situations worldwide. For instance, there is a report that has been issued this week who said that nearly 60 million people were internally displaced in last year, in 2021. And with the conflict in Ukraine, it will be increased. It will increase in 2022 because of the 7 million of people, more than 10 million people who are internally displaced in Ukraine. So that means that this shows also that we need to develop a common position and statement in all the School of Public Health for Ukraine, and it has been already done, and I just would like to thank all the people who has worked on that. But in the broader sense, we have also to develop also a position of ASPHER to what we can do in public health with the situation worldwide. Thank you for your attention, and of course, I'm ready to answer to any question.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Thank you for your presentation, for showing some concrete examples of action, cooperation, and I hope that this will be also the result of our meetings today, in this session, next session, and further. And also thank you for all these remarks related to something which I would say maybe there is a need to develop some kind of geopolitical public health because of what we see happening in Ukraine and elsewhere. Thank you very much. And now I would like to pass microphone to Oleg Lozan, who is the founder, professor and director of the School of Public Health and Management of the Republic of Moldova, who was also Deputy Minister of Health, promoting a new health on public health. And he developed and implemented strategies in the field of public health, health services. And he was also vice rector of the State Medical and Pharmaceutical University of Moldova, responsible for strategic development and high technology development in the university. So, Oleg, you're already with us.
Thank you so much, Tomasz. I think that it's very symbolically that I can speak immediately after Laurent, because yesterday our presidents from Republic of Moldova, Madam Sandu and the President Macron met each other, and they discussed. Also, I hope this agenda, geopolitical agenda, and this topic was on the table. From the beginning, we are ready and open for any kind of collaboration, and we are ready to transform your bilateral and trilateral partnership, and let's work together. We are a small country. It's very important for us to be part of these processes, and I want to show our common express of our common team of the School of Public Health that we are ready and want to work together, especially in this condition. Tomasz, may I ask you if I can sharing my presentation? I have not so big presentation, but I need the right the presenter. If you give the message.
I think you have it already now. Can you try to share?
Yeah, I see something. Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. Yeah. Yeah, I think that it's okay. Yeah.
Yes, we can see it. We can see.
Yeah, thank you so much. Of course, first of all, dear colleagues, I want to express our deeply solidarity with our friends and our colleagues, especially Ukrainian colleagues. We are neighbors. We have a lot of interesting and common things to do together. We know each other, and we really know that how hard and how terrible is this situation, and our express of our solidarity from the health system, from our institutions, is the first thing that I want to express. Of course, I will try to say something from the beginning, from the perspective of my institution, the School of Public Health Management from Republic of Moldova. In this condition, in this new condition, we have new role, and we discover new role. In this condition, I will try to show what kind of role of this condition we discover. Couple of words about us. We started in 2003, so we are not so old institution. We are young institutions. We were founded by Minister of Health at that time. In 2005, we started the master program in public health management. After that, in 2007, it's important date, we became an ASPHER member. After that, in 2020, we became a single, unique provider of all management, medical, continuous education services. So we are National School of Public Health because it's only one School of Public Health here in the Republic of Moldova. It's very important to mention just a couple of things. We are only one institution in the country what trained masters and in public health management and public health area in general. And we have an army of 400 masters of public health. Why I say in this modality? Because we really have a very good and strong alumni organization. And we have a possibility to communicate with them, to participate in different activities after the training period of time. I think that it's good achievement for different kind of things for the future. Of course, we have a master program accredited this year, and we are in process to accredit it on the international level too. Okay, what is regarding the current situation? Exactly the last data about the refugee emergency in the Republic of Moldova. As Tomasz mentioned, we are 5 on the top of the number of migration, because we have around 500,000 of migration in this period of time since 24th February. But now per day we have around 20,000 people who arrive, and the people around 20,000, a little bit more. You see 17 or 18,000 and 20,000 who exit. from the country. At the same time, we have around 1,000 children as a number who entered and exited from the country. At the same time, the general situation is that since 24 February, we have around 500,000 people who have the status of refugees because of this war, and at the same time, a lot of people have a direct direction for another country, but we have now in Moldova around 90,000 Ukrainian refugees who are in Moldova right now. Of course, this big number of refugees and small number of population put a pressure on the different sectors, I mean, health sectors, social sectors. But I am proud of my colleagues, especially my population, who show and express the deeply hospitality and all kind of real human values in this difficult period of time. Regarding health system, we have some average. We have from 70 to 150 cases of primary health care per day. We have more than half of them children emergency needs. Around 25-50 patients in hospitals, also more than half is children. Or our children. We have international medical evacuation in 2025 cases, of course, patient and relatives in different countries, Romania, Ireland, Italy, Norway, Portugal, Spain, and so on and so on. And since and this period of war, let's say since 24 February, we have around 1,675 patients hospitalized, around 5,000 patients, including around 2,000 children consulted by primary health care and distributed by different kinds of nosology. It's important to mention that primary health care and emergency health care in Moldova is free, it's not for payment. Now, our health system, together with the international organization like WHO, like International Organization of Migration, like UNFPI, develop and promote a different kind of access, free access for another services like oncological services, reproductive services, and so on and so on. We have also institutional initiatives. We have a lot of institutions who provide these services for free, especially for refugees. And I think that it's the best modality to show solidarity with our colleagues. Of course, health system response and assurance of the continuity of healthcare is one of the main stone of in this period of time to resist in face of this crisis. We have refugee and migrants, and we have also population in the country, and we together with our colleagues. By the way, we have at the national level coordination committee, and we discussed together all these principles, and these principles of healthcare are addressed to the target group. Primary healthcare is the first level of care, and the non-parallel system and build on existing structures, equity of care and access between all population. Referral is a medical decision, and transfer of process through consultation, clear communication, and widespread dissemination. Of course, we have not only health system provocation, we have big public health risk. First of all, continuity of non-communicable disease care. Of course, mental health is another public health risk, big, as our colleagues mentioned. We will see and we expect in the future big pressure of this public health problem. Chronic infectious diseases like TB, HIV, and so on. Foodborne and waterborne diseases, technological and environmental health risk, radionuclear threats, and chemical threats also as a risk is a problem of in our agenda. Also, together with our coordination committee between donors and local central authorities and so on in the country, we decided that we have the main challenges and opportunities for the health system, like coordination of health sector. By the way, I will refer after that in a couple of slides about yesterday initiative from the School of Public Health to help coordination, and but I will speak after. Of course, continuous risk assessment and adjustment of the scenarios. Of course, e-reporting, this information system for refugees' health and medical services, services must help us to access and to have very quick and rapid access for this kind of information. Next is coordinate the needs assessment of priority list, supply management and distribution, public health, the CBRN risks, and of course, donors, partner support coordination. Regarding School of Public Health new role, I want to show our yesterday experience. Just yesterday, at the national level, we built a national health communication platform. Representative of our Parliamentary Commission, Prime Minister Office, Ministry of Health, National Health Insurance Company, National Agency of Public Health, Health Union, private sectors, and so on and so on, were invited in this meeting, and we decided to work together. It will be some kind of professional listening, or social and professional listening of the needs from the health system, just to coordinate, because we are in the process immediately, we are on the time immediately after two crises, pandemic crisis and refugee crisis. And this is very critical time. It's important to move from different sides, and I'm very optimistic in this way that the School of Public Health can use our army that I mentioned previously to help the decision maker to choose the right direction of reforms, of priorities, to prioritize agenda, and so on and so on. This activity will coordinate by the School of Public Health Management, which will ensure a transparent, professional, apolitical, equidistant dialogue with all the interested parts. The result of this discussion will provide decision-making support for managers and all levels of the health authorities. It's a new thing for us, but we think that we will it will be definitely not easy, but I hope that we will be useful in this period of time for any kind of provocation. I want to express once again my deeply solidarity and Slava Ukraina, dear colleagues, and we hope that we will have more beautiful and opportunity time in our life to speak, to discuss, and to build a common value in public health together. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you. Yes, applause to all panelists. Thank you so much, Oleg. And now I would like to introduce our last panelist in this session, who is Enrique Lopez. Enrique is reminding us that Europe is not only Eastern and Central Europe, but also far Western Europe. Enrique is from Portugal. He is a scientific research coordinator on public health at Catholic University of Portugal, and also he is at the ASPHER task forces on COVID and war, coordinator of the health education group at World Committee of Education, and UNESCO expert for health education, as well as senior member of the healthcare quality Equality Commission of Portugal, serving 10 years as a president and as a vice president of this commission. Enrique, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank to the university to receive us, to the presence here and via internet. And I made a kind of wrap-up of what ASPHER is doing at these days. There is nothing more antagonist to public health than war. In all wars, the opposite of everything we do in our works is concentrated. First, the physical and mental well-being of population is compromised. Second, efforts of preventing and diagnosing countless number of diseases are annulled, and even after the war has stopped and the countries are recovered, when the programs are resumed, many more cases need to be answered and much more advanced stage of development of the diseases. Third, healthy eating and drinking water supply, the two pillars that have contributed more for public health in the last 150 years than possible all medicines put together, are compromised. The wounded and the dead as a result from the war generate a whole set of human and social challenges that last 1 or 2 generations after the end of the conflicts. All of this is a reversal of trend towards an increase in life expectancy and in the numbers of years of healthy life. ASPHER is forefront of this response with the contribution of the task force dedicated to the problem of war, made up of 3 subgroups that are already in full swing. Group 1, scientific advising in public health. The number of issues directly and indirectly related to the war is enormous, and the lack of technical and scientific-based responses to enable politic power to provide sufficient support to good decision-making. Group 2, the network of schools of public health immediate to theater of war operations. This is critical that the schools of public health immediate near the conflict maintain a strong relationship and cooperation with each other, as in the best scenario, they will have to deal with a huge number of refugees. In the worst scenario, they will be the next theater of war. Defining priorities, identifying potential and knowledge, generating innovative solutions is the key role of schools of public health. Group 3, definition of contents and professional training in public health. This is ASPHER core, matter, and mission. Until now, our schools did not include in their educational content preparation or even allusion to what a public health professional or public health organization should do, either in prevention effects or in the field action in the war scenarios. Content, seminars, didactic materials, etc., must be shared in a network of schools of public health, because for the historical reason already mentioned, there is no tradition in training in European public health. Transversely, as Olena said, the public health war roadmap is being developed. This is a living document that contains what must be done in any given moment, where everyone can participate and give their contribution. The existence of this already constituted group is without prejudice of permanent communication with the schools of public health with affected areas. Listening is as important to us as speaking or publishing. I therefore invite you to interact with us and send us information, possibly even specific requests. Let also not forget the consequence of this war will extend far beyond European borders. There, the schools of public health have a global ethical and deontological responsibility. The 15 million people who depend on international food aid can suddenly skyrocket through price formation mechanisms in which basic food becomes unaffordable for the most vulnerable. ASPHER promptly promoted a statement on the risk of food shortage at the beginning of the conflict and identified potential solutions. When we combine the schools of public health in the search for solutions to the lack of food, to the lack of work, to the lack of living condition, we avoid the perfect mix of very explosive cocktail, because nothing is worse advisor than having an empty bell. That scenario is the factor of extremism, the escalation of latent conflicts, and we certainly don't want to live in a dystopia with the generalization of wars for access to water and food, for access to survival and minimal living conditions. Other risks which lurk in the horizon. By its hybrid nature, this war is already a world war. If it's true that the theater of military operation takes place in a well-defined geographical space, the whole world is suffering consequences in neuralgic points of society: food, energy, and the economy. All this happening in the time when all effort should be focused combating climate change, the other immense threat of public health. This war is an historical challenge for public health. The war we are currently experiencing obliges us to be more careful than any other war in history of humanity. For the first time, we are experiencing a war that in the short term may well lead us to challenges never before seen or even to the extinction of human beings. As the current overkilling on the planet is between 15 and 16 times the capacity required for the total destruction of the humanity. In the hypothesis of war scalability, that is, to extend outside Ukraine, we must consider the scenario of not only having the current form of hybrid war, but also admitting the hypothesis of NBC war, nuclear, chemical, biological warfare, in Ukraine or neighboring countries. We know that dissuasion was, in the past, the psychological and sociological tool that kept peace for decades in Europe. Being prepared for the threat is the best way to minimize the adversary admission of its use. Let's be prepared. In tactical levels of chemical, biological, or nuclear scenarios, it is not necessarily true that nothing can be done. We know that no health system in the world is capable of dealing with this degree of threat if it's disseminated. But if the theater of operation is limited and if the response is networked on a continental scale, much is possible. There, the role of schools of public health is decisive, scientifically preparing and training existing professionals and something only with the reach of the schools of public health, especially the cooperation among them. There is room for extensive collaboration between schools network as never before, to study, to prepare scenarios for cooperation between health systems in all European countries in which we ardently wish to never have to deal with. Almost everything remains to be done on this field, from the simple training of students to the production of scientific research and its publication, to the production of action plans, respective training and everything else that needs to be prepared if necessary. Implement plans. The work on public health is immense now and the years to come. As the president of ASPHER reiterated in the opening, we are here to express the support of European schools of public health to Ukrainian colleagues and those from peripheral countries to conflict, the biggest receivers of refugees. It is important that you know that we are here. You are not alone. Although none of us know what the future will be, we can work on strengthening cooperation and mutual assistance, making the future a little better. Together, we'll be able to rebuild Europe with better health, better quality of life, and less inequality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Enrica. It was last, also as all other very powerful presentation and on very important topic. I would like to thank all panelists for their presentations. I'm aware that we are way over time. And as I mentioned, probably this seminar should last 3 days instead of 1. But I understand we can we still have some minutes, yes, so we can extend it even further. Okay. Maybe the question to panelists. I know it is difficult now to ask questions or even comments, but maybe if you have immediate comments or questions to other panelists. So question to all of us here and also online. Who would like to comment anything?
If not, we can ask what kind of support from international organization like ASPHER would you expect in Ukraine? Yes, please.
Thank you for your next possible support for Ukraine. I thought before it and today I just confident of it because I listened to presenters, and it seems to me there are two main areas are important. There is these areas. One of them is aligned with education, and another one with research. And if we could combine to find some bridge between them, and I have an idea to suggest. 2 projects. One of them is educational project. It could be Erasmus plus K2, which is aligned with rising or developing quality of education of public health professionals, including mental health segment, because today we hear that it's very important, and Laurent Chambaud, the same years, told the same idea that mental health segment is very, very important now. And we could combine our efforts and apply for this project, because this Erasmus plus K2 is aligned with quality of education. So it's what we need. And another project, it could be a research project like Healthy Europe in war and post-war period. And we could suggest some global survey aligned with the most vulnerable groups of population in Ukraine, with inner displaced people and external displaced people in European countries. And we could suggest this global survey, and then we could make some guidelines or roadmap for each this target group in order to know how to provide these policies, promotion health policy in different countries, providing these vulnerable groups.
Thank you very much. Great idea. Yes, Tatiana, please.
Дякую, мені допоможуть з перекладом. Я вже казала, що я погоджуюсь, що напрям освіти, тому Erasmus Plus проекти спільні з інституціями України та Європи саме з розвитком потенціалу війна і глобальне здоров'я, тому що вплив війни не можна сказати зосередитись лише на громадському здоров'ю якоїсь країни. Це глобальний вплив. Тому дуже важливо розробка саме таких курсів, це для магістерських програм, і друге – це для сертифікатні програми для спільноти.
Translate, because I understand.
Yeah, I just try to translate all of this. I agree with all of this that my colleague says about these programs Erasmus Plus, And I think the comparing the Ukrainian government programs of this healthcare system and educational with another organizations like in all world, it's a good way to higher this level of education like in other countries of Europe or all world, because it's not only Ukrainian program, it's our all problem.
Okay. І дослідження дуже важливо провести для того, щоб розробляти ефективні політики, потрібно створювати доказове підґрунтя. Тому дослідження саме зміни трендів в демографічній ситуації, зміна трендів в епідситуаціях як підґрунтя для потім формування політики, це теж дуже важлива підтримка саме ASPHER. Дякую.
And for building the better evidence-based politics, we just need to make more research and analysis in this time.
Evidence-based policy, not politics.
Yes, policy. I apologize.
A
lot about geopolitics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes, there will be a question from Oleg. I just comment that great ideas. We have concrete outcomes of this session already, all together with all these agreements Laurent was mentioning, etc. Oleg, please.
Yeah, I fully agree with our colleagues that mentioned before this idea of integration of our let's say, teaching process in the School of Public Health. Now, I think it's common for all of us, and especially on this East European part of the world, that at the national, institutional, and personal level, it's the same common message, like WHO, don't let somebody behind, or means that don't leave somebody behind. We need cooperation in traditional segment in public health and training and research and services. And a couple of ideas in this field is the same idea, but I will not repeat it. Maybe I will develop a little bit. We need a regional network of School of Public Health in East European, because I think that it's very reasonable and logical exactly this time. Maybe in this way we can do and develop the common multi-location program in this European that like or such Eurofamily, East European Eurofamily program, most oriented in this country, that will ensure flexibility for the students, for the professors, and not mention other very important things as intercultural, interstates, and country communication and development of our common goods, I mean global public health. And also development of different kinds of multilateral partnerships, not only bilateral, of course, bilateral is a very important one. And the last but not least proposal is to ensure, as you mentioned, Tomasz, we need more time for this conference. I want to propose to develop a permanent format of meeting, especially in this period of time, at the regional level, just to have or to develop a common term agenda or something like that. Thank you so much.
Olena, I think you are the second. Olena, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to come back to the suggestion around education and research and the mentioning of Erasmus. So I just wanted to make everybody aware that in 2018, the Lviv Catholic University spearheaded a fairly robust application to Erasmus to develop a Master of Public Health, along with probably, I think, 6 or 7 public health schools or emerging programs across Ukraine, and in partnership with a number of European institutions, including the Medical University of Silesia and Katowice in Poland, and it had asked for support through some of the connections with the University of Maastricht as well. So I would just say that we have this, and unfortunately it did not get funded, but it got quite highly rated. And I think that there would be a wonderful opportunity to build on this application, which was developed over the course of 3 years and has a lot of very good ideas for faculty, student exchanges, research development, development of competencies and training. I think it would be a very important document to build on if there is a desire to move forward with another Erasmus application.
Thank you, Olena. And Laurent. Laurent has also asked. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps two very short comments. The first one is really following what Olena said, and I just wonder, because we have also Erasmus Master, which is Europe of Health, with in particular the School of Public Health in Krakow. And I wonder if it would not be possible to just enlarge this Europe of Health to be able to welcome some students coming from Ukraine. Because this Europe of Health program is it's active and is really dynamic with, I think, around 10 schools of public health around Europe and abroad. So perhaps it could be also something that we could begin very quickly, just to welcome some students coming from Ukraine in this specific program. And the second comment is about what Oleg Lozan just announced about this platform. I think it's a really great and innovative idea. And perhaps it would be also interesting to look at how we can help you in developing this platform, and perhaps also to evaluate what you will do in concrete terms. And I think it's really, really important, because it shows also that public health is also on the side of how we can develop and improve management of such situations. So I just would like to say that it's really a beautiful initiative, and thank you for doing that.
Other comments? So I would like to thank everybody for this session. Now we have.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, I was listening to you. I'm Janusz Kociuk, professor in the Center of Medical Postgraduate Medical School, Public Health School in Warsaw. And just to provide you my experience, I'm also a former director of the Military Institute of Hygiene and Epidemiology in Warsaw, and also the NATO officer, and member of many preventive medicine groups in NATO. And my experience is that I had many programs of teaching for example, Middle East, for Ukraine, for example, in Simferopol. In Sevastopol, we had on behalf of so-called Siberian COEs from European Commission. And my experience is that those people, for example, from Middle East, from Syria, from Iraq, from, I don't know, Jordan or Lebanon, they all had more information, more hands-on experience than we teachers had that time, because they participated in the war. So the idea would be not to teach the students from Ukraine, but to take the tutors from them. Of course, they don't. They maybe don't have the practice in teaching, so we can amalgamate them into our tutorial programs. So it would be additional value if we had these people who had now the experience in treating patients and organizing the support in also including public health issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great remark. Very wise, I think, and practical. Okay, so I think we should finish at this point. Let's go for coffee and then for next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomasz and Ivona, for leading the session. But just before the coffee break, which will extend to 12:10, because we need really a sip of coffee. Maybe people online are already drinking something, but we need. But before that, please come here and we'll make a group photo of all the panelists here and all the attendees, and also please those who are online, if you can show your pictures or turn your camera on, you will also be on this picture. So step up in front of the cathedral here and come in here, all the attendees, because we want to have a photo. And then we have a break to 12:10.
Bye.
Come in, come in.
This one?
Yes, maybe we have to. Yeah, sure. Maybe we have to make 2 rows, yeah, because maybe ladies step in front, and maybe those who are taller can. Okay, come here. Come here, ladies. Okay. Is the photo okay? Maybe one more or. Smile, okay. Thank you very much for those who are online. So we had a photo. So now let's go for a short break. So we are meeting after 12:10. Thank you. He's walking here. Okay. So in a minute we'll starting the session. So yeah, just waiting 1 more minute. So dear colleagues who are on site and online, welcome after the short coffee break. We are starting afternoon session, public health curriculum adaptations, good practices and ASPHER plans. We have invited several colleagues from Ireland, Germany and Poland. So let's move to this session. So I'm giving the voice to my colleague Henrik Lopez to introduce first speaker. Lopez.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Colette Cunningham. She's lecturer at the School of Public Health of University College Cork and executive member of the UCC Center of Global Development. Colette, if you want to add something more, please feel free.
Thank you. Can you make me a host so that I can share my PowerPoint?
You should already do it. Yeah, you have the rights.
Okay, so just one moment, please. I have an echo. I'm not quite sure why. So can people see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Good. Okay. So thank you very much, and greetings from Ireland, and I'm very honoured to be part of today, and unfortunately I was unable to join you in person, but I send greetings also from my colleagues from the School of Public Health in UCC, and also to all of our colleagues in the schools of public health in the Ukraine, and we stand with you in solidarity at this very difficult time. So I've been asked to speak about public health curriculum adaptations, and I am my background is in humanitarian work and in nursing and in public health, and I am very passionate about teaching all of that and bringing my experience into the classroom. And so thank you to those who've invited me to speak today. So we know, and as we've been hearing, war has a profound adverse effect on public health, and the ethical principles of public health, practice, they require us in academia to prioritize the fundamental causes of disease and adverse health outcomes of conflict and war. But in saying that, how do we actually do that, and how do we train a public health workforce for war? Because we know that there are many of those that we've trained in our schools who are actually out in the fields, even in war-torn Ukraine right now, and in the surrounding countries that are helping refugees. And so we need to invest into the public health workforce. And I suppose public health came into its own during COVID, because for a long time people didn't fully understand what public health was. But we saw during the COVID pandemic the importance of having a competent public health workforce who were able to deal with the outbreak and to respond to it. But I'm not sure we can say the same about having a public health trained for a workforce that are equipped to deal with war. So for the schools of public health in Europe and elsewhere, how do we actually train our graduates sufficiently to deal with that? Because much of the focus to date has been on, training people in international resolutions, strengthening competencies of health, towards reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, and universal healthcare, reaching universal healthcare. And as former colleague from Portugal mentioned, there's very little mention really or of training or indeed equipping of healthcare staff and professionals for war and the consequences of it. But I suspect that that's about to change. So I suppose the questions for us as schools of public health is, how do we teach and equip public health and healthcare students on war? And what are the essential components of a public health course on conflict and war? And what competencies do we want people to have at the end of the course? And we know that many hospitals, and again, one of our colleagues from the Ukraine mentions the astounding numbers of healthcare facilities that have been damaged in Ukraine. So I suppose essentially we need to train public health students in the 10 core competencies for public health and to address them in the context of war. And so this is very important, and we have already, the content and context portion of competencies, but bringing that into the whole context. So, I'm not going to go through all of these right now, but leadership is really important, collaboration and partnerships, communication, and culture and advocacy, not just for those who are on site in war-torn areas, but also for those who are in the surrounding areas, those who are dealing with refugees, and having an understanding of what is involved and what needs to be involved, and how we can provide competency in public health. So let's talk about public health in war. Well, I actually teach global health, and when the war was declared in February, it presented itself in a very tangible way to talk about war. Now, it was already included as part of a class on public health crisis in complex humanitarian crisis, but it allowed for the discussion to be opened up even further on about the realities of war and public health. And it challenged me to think about, how can I inspire critical discussion and reflection, and while at the same time training students as analysts of the situation unfolding before us. And using the public health framework, we were able to discuss and reflect on the determinants of war and outcomes. But the challenge, of course, is to design the learning activities that engage and activate students, while at the same time making room for discussions about the emotional aspects of studying war and violence. So teaching and learning about war, from my experience, is inherently difficult. It's difficult both for the student and for the teacher. It's a topic that engenders frustration, unease in both. And you know, when you're talking about violence and death and sexual rape as a weapon, when you're talking about you know, the killing of innocent victims and citizens being caught up in the midst of war. So it's vital to learn about the realities of war and to have you know, competent teachers and who can transfer information correctly. And so we must help our students to discuss and reflect about the nature of violence, the moral issues that are involved, the right and the wrong, the effects of war on societies and individuals, and the healthcare outcomes, and also the possibilities of preventing or ending wars more broadly, and you know, the importance to truth and to justice, and ensuring that you know, transferring our public health competencies to those areas and to preventing war. So it has become an integral part of public health training, but now we need to make it an integral part of curricula. So in UCC we have, I'll just share a little bit of what we have on the ground. In the School of Public Health we have an undergrad program of for public health sciences, and within that we have the core competencies reflected, but we also have a global health module where public health in complex humanitarian crises, including war, are addressed. And this is multidisciplinary, and it's open to students from other disciplines like medical health sciences, government studies, international development, visiting students. And we try to get experts from the field, so from the law, the School of Law, from applied social sciences, from other areas, from migration studies, from who can come and share their expertise for the module and in particular topics. And likewise, we have a master's in public health, both campus and online. And again, we have global health modules, international perspectives and global health. We have a migration and in public health and public health and complex humanitarian crisis. And all of these would have a component where we would address war. The War and Public Health book by Levi and Seidel is used as a core text, and I've noted that there's a second edition has just been published, but you know, this has provided a comprehensive overview of public health and war, and it documents the consequences, and the students find it a very helpful tool in addressing the issues that are involved, and particularly for vulnerable populations such as women, children and refugees. So you have all these key topics: the consequences of war, the epidemiology of war, human rights, the impact on mental health, which our colleague from the Ukraine dealt with very earlier. Also the types of war and the kind of weapons that are used, the impact of war on populations, and the prevention of war and its consequences from a public health approach, and how to train people in that area. So for teaching and learning activities, it's cross-disciplinary and multidisciplinary, and it's based on the 10 core competencies. As I said before, we invite lecturers from other schools with expertise: human rights, legislation, international treaties. We have experts in migration, in mental health, in genocide, in governance, international aid, etc. I have used in the news blog, which encourages students to post and to discuss items that are in the news and to discuss if it's truth or if it's false. And this is often done in breakout rooms or in discussion groups online. We have class discussion around issues, also group work for conflict resolution exercises, literature review, looking at what's available, what information is out there, also, and what evidence is available, and essentially using problem-based learning. And students are tasked with assessing and analysing situations and sources of information, reflecting on issues of truth and deception, and all in the context of a public health scenario. So the aim is really to help students to deal and to address difficult and sensitive topics while developing at the same time academic skills such as data collection and reflection, critical thinking, and conflict resolution and negotiation skills. So pedagogically, the lectures use guided learning and problem-based learning, which is aimed at stimulating the learning environment, and also where students can learn from one another. And during the courses, they learn the key theories and the concepts of war and public health. And like I said, we use the 10 core competencies to ground all of that. But students really find a value in the input from experts from the field and from real life stories. And they find feedback has shown that, you know, that's where they learn the most about the complexities of war and the complexities of public health in war. So I suppose things that I've learned that are important to keep in mind are lessons on war. You know, there's a lot of the time you've graphic images, you've descriptions of violence, and this requires really sensitive management and very careful planning. And it's important to be aware of the potential consequences for students and to prepare for this. While dialogue is encouraged, you know, it generates emotions and emotions of war. And you may have students who have experienced war themselves, who have been, you know, victims or who might be migrants. And so we need to have a backup so that, you know, there is support available and you know where to access that support and where to refer the students to, because that can be very difficult. For example, in February, we had a student in one of our courses who had actually trained as a doctor in the Ukraine and had family and friends in the Ukraine who were in danger at the time of the war. And it was a very distressing time for her, but equally it was very distressing for the other colleagues in her class. And so, you know, having to deal with that and knowing, you know, where you can get support and how you can support is important if you're going to address topics like war. So some valuable resources that I have picked up over the time I've been teaching on war and public health are Physicians for Human Rights have a very relevant interactive map that's a very good resource. Of course, UNHCR global trend reports. There's also the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, who have multiple resources online, and specific journals like Conflict and Health, media such as the BBC and others. You know, they're very good for generating on discussions and talking about the truth and deception. International NGO websites, World Health Organization, and UN organizations. And another source that I have found extremely useful, but again, I would say to be used with caution, is Healthcare in Danger. And it's an e-learning module from the ICRC, and that can be accessed freely. And it is, you know, it has videos, it has real life images. It is difficult, parts of it are difficult to watch, but it's a very rich resource for teaching on public health in war. And I would, you know, I'd advise everybody to go and have a look, and the slides will be available later, and you can click into this link and it'll bring you straight into the material. So I would like to leave with this quote: war has profound adverse effects on public health, leads to death for military personnel, especially for civilians, long-term physical, psychological consequence to survivors, destruction of social, cultural and ambient environments, and diversion of needed resources. So we know that, we know all of this, and we've been listening to it already this morning, but I suppose I want to challenge us and myself about, you know, how are we going to meet these needs? And I think it is time that we gather the troops together ourselves in schools of public health to develop a curricula that is appropriate for teaching war in public health. So, Gorv Mila Mahagat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colette, for your wonderful presentation and sharing with us your experience, very, very deep experience in learning, teaching students on war and public health, and this very valuable and practical information for us how to do it and what kind of resources we can use. And now I invite Mateusz Cofta from Department of International Health from Medical University of Poznań, Poland, to share with us his experience in teaching issues that can be associated with war. So, Mateusz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. We are very glad to present our experience. It's not so big as Colette's, but we will try to show you what we are doing in Poznań, which is the not so big city in the western part of Poland. Well, I would like to start with my thoughts from half an hour that UNHCR received the mandate to work for 5 years to solve the problems of refugees in Europe after the war. And we see that the problem was not solved. We have each decade full of different conflicts, different problems, starting with Hungary, after Balkans, after Rwanda, and many other places. So it's very sad. And we know that nowadays we have more than 80 million people, IDPs, refugees, asylum seekers, and it could populate the whole country, German-sized country, I think, yeah, about 80 million people. So it's very, very sad. Of course, now we are in Poznań. We have sorry. Okay. Now in Poznań, of course, we are also helping refugees from Ukraine. We have about 14% of our population is now Ukrainian population. It's of course we are not in the leaders group of Polish cities. You see that Gdańsk is second city as a host of refugees from Ukraine. But we are trying our best, and we are trying to help. Also, our university try to do what we can. And for example, our students are involved in our reception centers in the center of the city, and also some of them know Ukrainian and Russian, so they are helping in our hospitals, university hospitals. So it's our giving us hope for the better future. And we are very glad to see that our students are involved, and they are doing it with big help, big heart. So it's really we are very grateful for that to them. So we have our, we can say, small experience, because we prepared elective course for refugee and migrant health in practice. So there are about 30 teaching hours, and what is interesting, that we started it in 2012. So we started to think about refugee course, elective course in 2011, and the first edition was in 2012. So for us it was very very sad that we saw those situations we simulate in our field game, in our classes, that it was in real life after 1 year, 2 years later. So it was very interesting for us, but also very sad that, well, but we wanted to prepare students for such problems of how to deal with refugees, how it can be to be a refugee. So this elective course is very popular with students. We can say that each year there are many of them who would like to attend, but we can't receive all of them because of the structure of the course, because of the field game. The number of students attending the course is limited. So we have students of medicine, of public health, we have nursing students, midwifery, paramedic science. So students of the whole our university. We have 6 hours of seminars, lectures, and 1 or 2 day workshop. And after, of course, we try to make follow-up of that. So here you see the structure of our course. We have lectures, seminars, and the workshop, which is the survival-like field game. Students together with organizers, with lecturers, with actors, with journalists who are specializing in migrant issues. So our aims are to increase the knowledge of and understanding on phenomenon of migration, global and local situation, and of refugees and migrants. Also to familiarize participants of the course with health status and health problems prevalent in migrants and refugees. Also to increase the level of empathy towards migrants and refugees and students and people involved. And also to give the opportunity to observe and experience simulated situations and emotions related to migration. So it's especially in our field game. And during the seminars, you can see here also how students were planning out a refugee camp. So during the seminars, we tell them about refugees' problems, We tell them about organizations helping refugees, such as UNHCR, also about the guidelines of UNHCR, and we try to show them how to set up and manage or make management of refugee camps. So everything, we try to give them a broad picture of such problems. And the field game, I think it's the most important part of our elective course, because the students can touch the problem, and everything what is how refugee life can look like. So they really experience how it is to be a refugee. So we observing emotions, fear, anxiety, fatigue, hope, relief sometimes, distress, uncertainty. So of course participants, the participation is in the field game is voluntary. Students have to sign the consent also, because it's something what is it's not easy, we can say. Sometimes we see tears, so and that students very often are very much engaged in this situation. So, but of course we try to do this to provide safety of the students, so it's not dangerous. It's not dangerous for them, but it looks dangerous, I think. So we are dividing students into two groups. So UNHCR team and refugees. UNHCR team's task is to build a refugee camp, to prepare pit latrines, first aid, health center, maybe the school if they need tents, so the shelter, camp sections, everything what can be needed, first aid to the wounded refugees. We have also prepared medical simulations, health checkups, and of course students who are in the group of refugees. They have to reach a refugee camp and, well, survive difficult situations. For example, informational chaos, border checkpoints, legal checkpoints, illegal checkpoints. They meet rebels, they meet traffickers. They have to negotiate with traffickers. We also have in our scenarios kidnapping, also epidemics. We started this, we included epidemics, I think 6 years ago in our scenario. So it was, well, 2 years ago when our epidemic started. It was somehow astonishing for us also. So and of course at the end we try to make summary. Here you can see some pictures of photos from the field game. There are students traveling thanks to traffickers in the truck. So you see that can really feel what could happen during the situation of in the war zone, or yeah. So also we have ambushes here. The ambush. Yeah, we are doing it in in the forests near our city. You can see traffickers here and also refugees, many of them children. So there are also some actors who are involved in this. Yeah, you see here the field where our students were organizing a refugee camp, and it's quite realistic. So you see simulations, medical simulations, first aid. They had to deal with injured refugees and to transport them to the refugee camp, and we are checking if the refugee camp is prepared for the receiving of injured refugees. So you can see here also how it looks like. There are different years of our refugee elective course. Yeah, so at the end, I think I would like to invite you to watch 3 minutes of documentary from our refugee course. You can see here the summary is very important because, of course, it's somehow we have to sometimes treat our students. Yeah, you have to prepare them, explain what can happen and why it's like this way or another. So it's very important to make this summary. Of course, our students are very satisfied with the course, and they say also what I feel that the refugee that this part of field game is very important. So it helps to understand and to feel how it can be. And yeah, we have some comments which are very pleasant to us, and it helps us, of course, to have strength for another year, because it's we can say it is a challenge in many subjects. Of course, it's time consuming. It's we need lots of participants. We need transport, different means of transport: cars, trucks, buses. 1 year we used a ship on the river. So also materials, food, drinks. Also, what is very important to organize this in contact with police, with forest rangers, with other local people, because we are doing it in the forests, which is open for everyone. So it's very important to prepare it before some months before. Yeah. So well. So thank you. Now I would like to ask to switch on the film.
Hear the voice. jest ciekawie. Deszcz pada na nas, nie wiemy gdzie mamy iść, nikt nas nie pokierował, kazał nam tu usiąść. Szukamy jakiejś informacji.
The voice is also important, but I think...
Dzielimy się jakieś grupy.
To jest podejrzane.
Mieliśmy mieć przejazd za darmo. Nie ma plakietki.
Ale połowę masz? Pokaż.
Mam.
Pokaż.
Teraz zebrałem połowę. Zbiorę drugą połowę.
Traffickers.
Guys, we need to go to the bus, but quickly and fast.
Sit down.
Those who are online can listen.
Szybciej!
Maybe better for you.
Kolana, ręce za plecy! Ale co się stało?
Czekaj, rękawiczki. Tam jest dwóch.
Wszystko w porządku, zajmiemy się ręką. Ania, pomóż mi! No tak stoisz. W porządku, zginamy rękę.
Teraz do przodu. Dobra, żyjesz.
Mamy telefon? Ile jest rannych? Opatrzcie, tu macie apteczkę i pana opatrzcie, tak?
Nie wiem, nie, prosił.
Pomoc tylko, kogoś na jakąś karetkę, coś, żeby ktoś wiedział, że tu jesteśmy, no bo...
Bierzemy cię żołnierza do domu. Także nie powysłane. Także oczekujemy na ekipę, która przyleci i...
Tutaj po prostu, czy nawet 5 im kodowanego ma prędkość, że tak podana do skrótu. Ale czekajcie, spokojnie! Z tamtej strony ktoś musi!
Obracamy! W trakcie transportu stabilizować głowę.
Mama nożyczki albo story. Otwórz nic.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for attention, and I'm sorry for that it was too late.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mateusz, because it was a very powerful presentation and a very powerful movie. I'm impressed by the effort that you put in those elective courses. Yeah, so it's really impressive. And now I invite Lisa Van Schneider. She's a lecturer at Bielefeld University and also ASPHER Associate Fellow, and she will be talking about the public health curriculum development in the ASPHER plans.
Yes.
So please, Lisa.
Okay, thank you, Lukasz, and thanks to the organizing committee for having me. It's my pleasure, and I'm honored to represent the Working Group 3 today of the ASPHER Task Force on War on behalf of Professor Oliver Ratzum, who's also chairing the task force. There's the presentation. Okay, I think I'll start right away because you've heard about the ASPHER Task Force before this morning. As a reminder, we have 3 working groups at the moment, and I will concentrate on the training and broader academic context now. Just to emphasize that all 3 groups can inform each other, and they are actually doing that, so it's been a great cooperation since we started. And also, I think we've covered this slide as well. That's kind of the perks of being the last one presenting, but I think that's fine because we can highlight that we agree on many things that we have discussed already. So we said that schools of public health can play a crucial role in providing evidence and critical skills and competences in addressing the challenges that we see in times of war. And therefore, especially from an ASPHER perspective, who is like representing a whole network of schools of public health, we have the potential to really provide input here and take a stand as a source of evidence-based and also competences that we need to develop. So talking about the group 3, as we've heard that in the morning as well, at the moment, war and warlike situations are marginally covered, especially in the European context, in public health education. So what we would like to do in Group 3 is that we provide teaching material that is easily accessible on the role of public health professionals in times of war, but also with regard to peace building. This does not mean that we want to engage, I think, Thomas, you called it cynical pacifism. That's not what we intend to do, but in this sense, we aim to talk about preparing for the future and working towards peace. So that is one part, and the other part pertains to facilitating communication and cooperation between schools of public health. So you can see these are the three main working packages we have at the moment for the Group 3. As you've heard in the morning from Laurent as well, at the moment there are mostly bilateral cooperations pertaining to the communication part that I mentioned before, but they are about to evolve to multilateral agreements between schools of public health. And then we come to the education part, where we intend to develop training offers and spaces for exchange. And the third work package would be the curriculum adaptations. And I would like to cover those two last points now in more detail. So as for training offers or spaces for exchange, we can perfectly take this event as an example, because we have the opportunity to get together and talk about the topic and collaborate, which is essential for creating a network to respond adequately. Another example could be a webinar series that we have created as part of the ASPHER task force that just started this week and is still ongoing until the end of June, where we aim to start to fill the gaps in public health curricula that have become obvious since the start of Russia's war. What is important in this initiative is that when we relate to the situation in Ukraine and the neighboring countries, and also when assessing health risks, we refer to the specific situation in Ukraine, but we would also like to draw from the experiences in other parts of the world, be it war-like situation or non-war related settings, just like disaster management, for example. In addition to such single training offers, ASPHER also aims to kind of collect the different training opportunities within the community of ASPHER members. And therefore, we warmly invite you, if you have training opportunities, to share them with us. They will be all collected on the ASPHER website so that we kind of increase the visibility and create a space for exchange. And then over to the next work package, the curriculum development. I think it's great that we just had the examples from Colette and Mateusz. We are at the moment for the curriculum development, we are still at the beginning, but we have decided on some directions that we would like to take that you can see here on the slide. So what is most important is that we think this curriculum needs to be really easily accessible and open access to increase the applicability and implementation in the long term. The target audience will be master students in public health and public health professionals. And just like I just mentioned for the seminar series, it is important to us that it will not just be specific on the Ukraine situation, which will be a core part, of course, but we also intend to draw lessons from different kind of conflicts. Also, while the point of departure in this case is, of course, war and armed conflict, we still aim to emphasize and promote the peace-building nature of public health. And yeah, that is like the basic decisions that we took so far. And what we will do next is, or what we are currently doing, it's like a mix of it, is that we started to map the existing guidance and education materials on the topic of public health and war. And at the same time trying to develop or decide on a conceptual lens that will guide this curriculum work, that will help us to implement it in a sustainable manner. So as I've mentioned, we've started this process already, and here's a mind map showing you like the first ideas and work that we have done so far. As for the conceptual level, our idea is that this conceptual level should guide like the whole curriculum and emphasize what each topic that will be covered within the curriculum is guided by this conceptual lens. So for example, as we've heard in the morning, it is important to pay attention to the time course. Different times within a conflict require different kinds of responses. We need to pay attention to the geographic dimension. Also, the multiplayers that are involved, and that we need to emphasize that and adequately prepare the public health professionals for this kind of multidisciplinary collaboration. Yeah, so that would be like the first ideas for the conceptual level. And just to refer back to the webinar series yesterday, Sama provided perfect input on that, so I'm sure we can evolve that in more detail. And then topic-wise, of course, we need to like start with the basics to have a common understanding and starting point from where we can approach war and armed conflict. So we need to engage with and familiarize ourselves with definitions of war and international conventions and treaties. And then we have tried to group different topics into 3 themes so far, which pertain to public health systems in times of war, which could include resilience of public health systems, also environmental health and the infrastructure of the healthcare system, and then of course populations at particular risk. I think they have been mentioned before. Different groups in the population are exposed to different levels and different kind of risks, and we need to take into account these different kind of risks. And last but not least, the peace promotion aspect, trying to engage with public health advocacy and diplomacy, relating to the ethical dimension of this topic, and trying to strengthen the peace-building principles in public health. So what we think is particularly valuable to framing the situation within public health thinking is that it broadens the scope beyond the immediate medical and humanitarian responses to the conflict, which is essential, of course, and of utmost importance. But it is also very, very much important to also take into account social, economic, and environmental determinants of health, and also the local needs and the local needs and the community needs that we are talking about and talking with, which is also very important. Okay, so this is where we are at, and which is still an ongoing process. So as a next step, which is also core to the ASPHER working group, is that we would also like not only evidence-based like development of the curriculum, but also to speak with the schools of public health within the ASPHER member or within the ASPHER network, and to learn what the schools of public health actually need in terms of curricular development. And this is what we aim to do this afternoon. And Olga and I, we cordially invite you to join us this afternoon for the workshop, which will happen at the Department of Public Health and Social Medicine. And we really aim for a participatory session where we learn from you and try to integrate that into the ASPHER work. Okay, so many thanks for your attention. as you've heard, the work is ongoing. You are more than welcome to join the ASPHER task force. And I would like to conclude with, again, promoting the webinar seminar series that we have started. And if you wish, you can still register. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for your presentation. And yes, Lisa invited you to the workshop will be happening in our department, 5 minutes walks. Unfortunately, this workshop is only for those who are on site, so it's another case to now for you to prolong this discussion about this curriculum development. So all of you who are here on site are invited to our department. And now I want to invite also previous chairs, Tomek, because we are ending this session. So thank you very much, Mateusz and Lisa, for joining. And I invite Tomasz to sum up our discussion from the morning session, and then I invite Henrik to sum up this curriculum session. So Tomek, please.
Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Oh, to the panelists, yeah, that they were talking about.
Actually, to the panelists, to the whole of the conference. Actually, it's quite connected.
Okay, I will give you a voice just after the summary. We'll have still also, because maybe panelists also from the online will want to comment, and I will give you the possibility, but then I will share you with the microphone, because then in other ways nobody will listen well online. So Tomasz, can you sum up?
Thank you very much. So I will try to sum up very briefly, especially that we've had so many topics, so many interesting lectures and presentations, and maybe we'll have some room, as you say, for other panelists to speak or comment. So first of all, I would like to, of course, to say great thank you for organizers of this part of these sessions. For Łukasz and his university, for ASPHER, and I think it was a great initiative just in time. So it was great to exchange experiences, exchange ideas as well. And I think that it looks like ASPHER has a great role in facilitating cooperation in these interesting times, apparently interesting times, pandemic, now war, and there are new challenges for all of us involved in public health. I think that in everything we do, trying to adjust somehow academic curricula, to do research related to war in Ukraine, wars in general, etc., we should include as much as it is possible those who have, unfortunately, who have great experience in that. I'm saying colleagues from Ukraine, for example, colleagues from Samer, yes, from Syria and other regions of conflict, because it is very important, I think. I think that adjusting initially in the first period of war, it was time to spread information, to make people aware that there is this terrible conflict going on somewhere in the world, because we should be aware that in some locations, probably the conflict, either in Syria or Ukraine, I don't want to name other possible places where conflicts can take place, is something distant. Yes, if it is on another continent, etc., it's something maybe not so important. So so we should first, initially it was important to spread this information, and now it is time to work actively and to think how to do research, how to adjust curricula, how to find addressees of various messages, because it is also, we should probably, there is no need to convince those who are already convinced. yes, that war is bad, for example. But the question is also for us, public health professionals, how to influence somehow decision makers, stakeholders, etc., etc. So these are some thoughts of mine, which I would like to present in the conclusion. A great event, hopefully beginning of a series of events, and we have a lot to do also in the area of public health in context of current war in Ukraine and all wars. Thank you very much.
We can understand this morning as a kind of call of action. And for a call of action, we need action and we need the involvement of people. ASPHER promoted the 3 groups. There are absolutely huge acceptance of everybody that wants to participate in these groups, to cooperate. There are lots of things to do. For example, now we are beginning a booklet about the ontologies, what the words, what the technical terms mean exactly, in order that every school speak for the same language. And this means the involvement of lots of people for seeing if the same word have different significance in different countries. So the next step is to involve the people that are here and the people that are online, and many other people that you know of your colleagues that want to cooperate. And this war is not necessary to tell how bad it is, but is a possibility too for public health to be promoted, because as we could remember, during the pandemic, public health has a very important role, but it was not the possible role that we should have. And now we have a second chance to improve our work, to improve our communication, to improve our relationship with the decision makers, with the politicians, with the populations. So this is a new challenges, and we must to be aligned with what people expected from us. So this is a good step. This is maybe the first step we have in the networking of ASPHER, but there are many more steps needed to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henrique and Lopez, for such a wonderful summary. I'm really happy that Gdańsk can be a part of those changes and see on the way of changes. And before I give the voice to the audience, we still have our panelists from previous sessions with our online. Maybe some of you would like to also sum up or give a voice. If not, there is a space for questions from the audience here. Yes, can I ask you?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, Summer. Summer is with us. Summer, can you? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you earlier. I had a conflict I couldn't resolve, but I've joined most of the sessions before and after that commitment. So these are amazing discussions, and it's really a privilege to be in this moment, witnessing the mobilization of European public health to address war on health. And as I emphasized yesterday, I really do hope that this moment will usher a new era of European public health being involved, not just in addressing the atrocities that are taking place in Ukraine and at the hands of the Russian forces and their consequences for the continent, but also that they will see an opportunity for European public health engagement on conflicts and war at the global level. This remains one of the most under-addressed issues in global public health, and your role can be crucial. I will just make a passionate call for coherence in our thinking about war and health. we now have multiple initiatives that are taking place: curricular development, roadmap, the dictionary, forgot what it's called, the dictionary or the booklet that Enrique spoke about, and and I suspect over time multiple other initiatives will emerge. And what is really essential for us in order to reduce the confusion in the minds of students, in the minds of early practitioners who get overwhelmed with what this field and all of that, we really need conceptual coherence with regards to how is it that we approach. For example, as I looked at Lisa's slide about the conceptual framework, I really liked it very much, but I also saw that we are perhaps thinking differently, although with a lot of overlap in the roadmap about this. And it would be important that we have a common projection to the outside world of what ASPHER's approach to this topic is, whether it's in the technical guidance, curricular development, actual work on the ground, all of that. That coherence will will remove, in addition to removing confusion, will actually add important clarity in a field that many in public health feel intimidated to even approach. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Summer, for this great input. And I see also Colette wants to add something. Colette, please.
Yes, I'd like to echo much of what Summer has said there. I think this is a great opportunity to have coherency and consistency across the board, and for all schools of public health, and also to raise thorny issues, that have been ignored in the past, like war. It's not easy to approach, but I think we have a unique opportunity. I also think, I worked at the front of COVID in, setting up contact tracing and working at a national level in Ireland, and seeing the dialogue that developed around public health because it was just misunderstood. And I think this is another of those opportunities to clarify, the role of public health, the competencies of public health, who can be involved, what is involved, how is it taught, and I think there's a great opportunity in such a meeting as this. And I thank the organisers for inviting me to it, to be part of that and to develop something that's really important and will stand on its own for public health in the future for the European region.
Thank you very much, Colette. And now, Monica. Yeah. Yes, sure. Come in.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I asked some kind of question. I know that the lunch is waiting. I hope it will be tasteful. But I want to ask about one thing. About a few months ago, there was a problem with pandemic. It took the whole 2 years. We had it also historical, but I want. Now we have a war crisis. We as students, I'm not a student anyway, but I was about a few months ago, we wasn't prepared on that case, and we were trying to understand it during this crisis, because it's humanitarian crisis, also pandemic as well as the war. But what if we start some kind of project to prevent and learn one step forward? I mean, we have also historical things like terroristic attacks, or in macro scale, for example, nature disasters. which we have to prevent, and they have influence now, and maybe some new kinds of dangers like cyberterrorism or lack of energy and electricity, which can be also a giant danger, for example, for treatment people or diagnostic and other sorts. And what if we discuss about it in some groups, or even by students or public health professionals, to be one step forward, or not, as we in Poland here say, a wise pole after the accident. So can we talk, not now, but maybe later about it?
Thank you very much, Monika, for this wonderful question, because I think, thank you, what Ivona mentioned in the beginning of this session, that we have a constant time of crises, and maybe we should think about how to prepare students for those crises, not only those that happened in the past, like COVID pandemic, now the war, but also these future crises that Monika mentioned. Maybe you would like to comment on this, yeah?
Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I try to pass in my speech. We need to be prepared. The pandemic, it was a complete failure. We failed. We failed because COVID, it was announced in 2007. And we do not have enough plans prepared. We are not prepared for the next flu pandemic. And we are not prepared for the consequence of war. So, yes, we must, it's absolutely mandatory that public health schools, the research in public health, beginning to produce action plans, scenarios, not for working on that, but to be prepared, to have thinking about the issues, expecting to not use them. But is not only a question, it's absolutely a question of student, but this is not only a question of student, it's a question of doctrine. To have handbooks, to have research, to have action plans, to have teachers, and by the end to have students prepared. And we are nothing prepared. For example, I give you a very simple example. Typically, when we think about nuclear war, we think three scenarios: or an accident, proposed accident, or a tactical use, or generalized use of weapons. But there are a new scenario that we don't even have thinking about. That was the high altitude nuclear explosion. And if this happens, the people are not direct affected. The economic structure will not be very clear affected, but the electrical devices in one continent could be destroyed for 6 months to 1 year. And I just ask how a continent works without electricity during 1 year. The health facilities, for example.
Especially if we have some similar points, like from the presentation of Mrs. Van Schneider, we have also epidemic issues, we have also a humanitarian crisis, we have also migrations and other types of crises. So it is still the same, but we still aren't prepared as a students or public health professionals.
Yes, Monika mentioned, I think, the important thing. I just want to sum up, because those who are online haven't heard it, that yes, we should prepare students for this, let's say, constant crises. And what also Ivona in the morning said, that we have to think about their resilient systems, not just systems in transition, but resilience, because more and more crises probably will come. Tomasz would like to comment on this?
If I could comment, great discussion and great point. I think good side in public health, academic public health in general, taught here in Kraków, in other locations in Poland, other countries probably as well, is of course that it is very multidisciplinary. So even if such things are not placed or were not placed into programs, graduates are probably better prepared than graduates of other similar study directions, etc. But it is a very good point that curricula should be adjusted. I love these presentations on practical examples of modules. I think again that it would be good to consult colleagues from Ukraine, for example, what additionally could be added into such modules. In my opinion, for example, the problem of supplies of medicines, medical devices which are disrupted, experiences related to running various healthcare facilities, etc. So many things to do, probably to adjust curricula, although probably there will be not a situation when public health graduate will be prepared for any surprising events which could happen. Good thing is that public health is very multidisciplinary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see also the Colette. Colette would like to comment on this issue.
Yeah, I think actually there's really enough material for running either a certificate or a diploma on its own merit, and perhaps that students could choose to do, or, you know, we have some students from a philosophy course who choose to do a course on epidemiology, who choose to do, you know, a whole section on epidemiology. So I think there's room for collaboration and partnerships across the university and across departments and schools in the university. And I think it falls well within the ethos of public health, you know, the broad spectrum and the broader picture. And I think, you know, if you look at any complex humanitarian crisis, there are so many aspects to it, and from the ground, you know. So I think there's a lot of really a lot of areas that can be brought into a curriculum to prepare students better. But I think the key is multidisciplinarity.
Thank you, Colette, very much for your comment. And I'm asking maybe to the audience, do you have any final comments? Or Larissa, yes?
I had a very good idea today from a colleague from Canada, and she told that we need to do some conflict analysis. And it seems to me if we do such conflict analysis, it would be like roadmaps, some guidelines, how to develop this core competence for future professionals in public health.
Okay, since it is a academical discussion, I will try to challenge you a little bit, because, you know, I've got 25 years of experience in this field, and through all this crisis we had from bioterrorism to 2001 beginning, for example, and we built up on the knowledge and public awareness on this issue. And in the end, due to this public awareness of bioterrorism, the incidents rose. Yes, like it was in anthrax cases in the United States. And too much public awareness is also harmful sometimes, I guess. Plus, for example, pandemic. Every generation has only one pandemic, so over 20 years, maybe we have now maybe 10 years from swine influenza. We always are unprepared. I think we always learn from the beginning, from the scratch. And what we can do is to build up the database of knowledge and knowledge base of at least common ground and understanding of all public health reaction resilience activities. Since if we react like it was in 2009, for example, in the influenza pandemic, swine influenza pandemic, whole Europe bought the pandemic vaccine that was finally lost. We also bought smallpox vaccine finally lost. So the public health was criticized every time to overreact to the problem. So this is double sword. And finally, we need to have common ground, reasonable level of knowledge and preparedness to these events. They rise, they fall down, everybody forget, for example, about CBRN. Who thinks about CBRN now? Nobody, yes, about bioterrorism. It was 20 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this important remarks. That is a problem with the public health, with the prevention, that sometimes we prepare for something that is not happening, and sometimes we forget to prepare for something that's constantly happening. Yeah. So thank you for this wonderful comment. And now going to the end of our conference, I want to thank in the end all the panelists who join us on site and online, all the chairs who helped me in running to this conference. Special thanks all to ASPHER, to the president John Middleton, and to Robert Otok, who was here with us helping in all the things. And special thanks also to the organizing committee, Mrs. Beata Gronek. She's in the back, but she works on all of these things. And my colleagues from the department, and for wonderful students who worked on this conference for several almost months and weeks. And special thanks for Mateusz Chodakowski, who yesterday helped and agreed to help in translation. So thank you very much for your help. And the last thing I want to give the voice to the Monika Serkowska, who will be also announcing the prizes for the student conference, because as I mentioned in the beginning, our ASPHER meeting is happening in the context of Gdańsk Health Day student conference that was taking place on Wednesday and on Thursday. So Monika wants to read the prizes, and so Monika, please.
Thank you very much. So I have shortly to say who is the winner, actually. The first place comes to Miss Doctor of Health Sciences Emilia Waszczak from the Wyszyński University in Warsaw, with her really beautiful work, The Child Injured by Bomb Parts, as one of the common operative theater patient, procedure for body and empathy for soul. I just want to add here that it was a really presentation on a higher level, because it show up us how it is actually from the first sight to see it. And we decided also that we give this presentation a special Grand Prix prize. So thank you very much. It was an honor to hear it. The second place comes to Mrs. Julia Szewczyk from the Medical University in Lublin, to the role of narrative-based medicine in relationship, patient-professional relationship. And the third place, it was a really tough decision, because we decided by the graphical presentation issues comes to the influence in of the war in Ukraine on the stress and anxiety from Poles by Zuzanna Wujec from the Kochanowski University in Kielce. Thank you very much, and it was really a tough decision by our committee, because it was a really high-level presentations. It took hours to take care of it and think which one should be on the first, second, and third place. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you next year. So I stayed here. I want also to thank some people who are really important to this conference, to Mrs. Marta Galas, who helped us very well the second year, to Dr. Marlena Robakowska, who was our really great helper, to Michał Bystram, Dariusz Rystwej, and other people who was the quite organizers of the last 2 days, and also to the Department of Public Health and Social Medicine, because it was a pleasure to make such a conference with you.
Thank you very much, and I have now privilege to end the online session, online conference, and those who are on site are heartily invited to the lunch. And after the lunch, we will have workshops with Lisa and with Olga. 5 minutes walks in our department, and also I hope to meet you in the evening. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure. So the online conference is over. Thank you very much. But now it's lunch is here. Lunch is here on the right when you go out. Yeah.
And we can leave the things here.
Yes, you can leave it, or maybe you can take it also to this space.